All right, everyone, can you please find seats at this time? Once again, if you just came in and you are here to testify on civil and human rights, we need you to come up to the Sergeant at Arms desk, fill out a witness slip. Even if you did register online, please fill out a witness slip at the Sergeant at Arms desk. If you're here for civil service and labor, you need to be next door in the committee room. We're going to ask everyone to please silence electronic devices. Private conversations for the hearing, please take outside to the rotunda. No cheering or booing, please. If you want to boo, thumbs down. If you want to cheer, wave your hands. Thank you very much. For those on Zoom, if you'd like to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Williams, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natasha Williams, and I serve as the chair to the Committee on Civil and Human Rights. Today, we will be hearing Intro 632, sponsored by my colleague, Majority Leader Keith Powers. If passed, this bill would prohibit housing discrimination on the basis of arrest record or criminal history. We are all aware that there is an ongoing housing crisis in our city. Source of income is something else that I just want to uplift and highlight here as well, because that is another component of fair housing. We know that the process of finding a new home can be long, stressful, and financially draining. When vacancies are limited, it can often feel like a competition just to schedule a viewing and have a chance at signing a lease. Those with arrest records or criminal history have the added hardship of not knowing whether a potential landlord will even allow them to live on their property. As of this year, over 1.5 million people are incarcerated in federal or state prisons in the United States, 4 times the number since 1980. Members of marginalized communities, such as communities of color, LGBTQIA+, and those with histories of mental illnesses are disproportionately incarcerated. Furthermore, 1 in 3 people in the United States has a criminal record. In New York, 2.3 million people have a criminal record of some kind, and approximately 750,000 New York City residents have a criminal conviction. Many formerly incarcerated people have loved ones that they need to help provide for. A recent survey of formerly incarcerated people and their families found that 79% of participants were denied housing due to either their own or a loved one's criminal record. The lack of availability of housing for formerly incarcerated people is a barrier to reintegration and can perpetuate the cycle of criminality if not addressed. For example, a study by the Urban Institute found that 61% of formerly incarcerated individuals were less likely to be re-incarcerated if they received supportive housing. While housing for formerly incarcerated people is necessary and important, we also know it is important for people to feel safe in their homes. This bill balances those needs by establishing exceptions for people who commit violent acts while in housing for those who are on New York's sex offense registry. This bill is a crucial step to reintegrating people into our society that have justly or unjustly been involved in our justice system and are seeking to build their lives and support their families. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues joining me here today, as well as all of the wonderful staffers that worked hard to put this hearing together. Lastly, I'd like to thank everyone providing testimony and feedback today. We appreciate the time and effort that you have taken to have your voices heard. Now I'll be turning it over to Majority Leader Powers for some remarks on his bill, and I just wanted to acknowledge that I've been joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Marte, Hanif, Joseph, Palladino, Ariola, Vernikoff, and I think that is it. And I just want to say, I know this is a spicy bill, as I've been calling it, but I hope that we all can execute our opinions and our testimonies in a manner that is respectful. So I plan to lead a very respectful and orderly hearing, and I really do look forward to hearing everyone's concerns for the bill and also the testimonies of people who are in support of the bill. Thank you so much, and over to you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair Williams, and thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Councilmember Keith Powers, Majority Leader of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak about my bill, Intro 632, the Fair Chance Housing Act, which, of course, by its name is clear. It's about giving people a fair chance. I am very grateful for the 30 colleagues of mine who signed on as a sponsor and hope that many more will join us. It is clear, and every New Yorker knows, we are facing a devastating affordable housing crisis that impacts every single community across the 5 boroughs. Thousands of our fellow New Yorkers are sleeping on the streets in our shelters every night, and it is incumbent upon our city leaders to use every tool we have to tackle that crisis. We have the opportunity to advance a solution to one of the biggest challenges facing our city and help lift people out of homelessness and into permanent housing. As of 2019, nearly 750,000 New Yorkers had a prior conviction. That is 10% of the adult population of New York City. When you add in their families and their loved ones, the people that rely on them for support, you get into the millions of New Yorkers who are facing a barrier to housing. We know that formerly incarcerated individuals are 10 times more likely to be homeless than the general public and frequently end up in our shelter system. Public safety, as we talk about every day, is a top priority, and access to safe, stable housing is a foundational element of public safety. I want to say that again. Access to safe and stable housing is foundational to public safety. New Yorkers overwhelmingly agree with that. A survey of 62,000 residents found that affordable housing and reducing homelessness were the 2 top public safety priorities. 62,000 residents found that affordable housing and reducing homelessness were the 2 top public safety priorities. Just 2 weeks ago, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau found that background check reports are full of inaccuracies. Renters pay for but rarely get to see the contents of the background check, and inaccuracies are nearly impossible to get corrected. How can we continue to support a system that is filled with so many mistakes and errors? Over the past several months, I've spoken to countless tenants, landlords, and housing providers and organizations on both sides of this issue. I want to be clear. This legislation does not preclude landlords from screening potential tenants to the sex offender registry, does not preclude them from trying to check if they have a good credit score or can pay the rent. It does not mean they cannot do an evaluation of the tenant to be a good tenant. I think we all agree that New Yorkers deserve access to safe and secure housing, and what I hope to take away from testimony today, including the stories of people that you will hear from today who continue to face those barriers to housing, is that denying people housing does not make us any safer. Instead, it means more people are living on the streets and in the shelters, people have paid their dues and their families will struggle to find stability, and the vicious cycle of incarceration and homelessness will continue. And yes, there are children and families that are suffering because they have a loved one who is subject to this discrimination. So today is about a choice for New York City. Will we be the city that extends a hand to people that are ready to rehabilitate their lives and offer second chances? Or will we continue to tell people that discrimination is allowed on the greatest city on earth? I want to say one more thing. We have heard for weeks now people trying to use this as a political opportunity. We have heard from people that are trying to make this into a political conversation. This is a opportunity to have a serious conversation about housing in our city on the same day that the mayor is giving a speech about housing as well. I hope to hear from the administration their support of this legislation, and I continue to ask my colleagues to support this and to give New Yorkers access to safe and stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a quick announcement that if you registered online, please also fill out a witness sheet here in person. So if you've registered online, please also come and fill out one of the witness sheets in the front. All right, and now I'll turn it over to committee counsel to swear in my favorite agency, I guess I'm biased, the Commission for Human and Civil Rights.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Good morning and welcome. My name is Jayshree Ganapathy. I'm counsel to the Committee on Civil and Human Rights. Before we begin testimony today, we'd like to acknowledge Council Member. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Also, my colleague, Councilmember Dinowitz, is here.
Thanks.
And Councilmember Hanks.
So I would like to remind everyone that is joining us via Zoom that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify. I'll be calling on public witnesses to testify after the conclusion of the administration's testimony and council member questions. So please listen carefully for your names to be called at that time. Council members, you will be called on questions after the full panel has completed their testimony. Please note, for the purposes of this hearing, we will be allowing for a second round of questioning, and council members have 3 minutes for their questions. For public witnesses, once your name is called, you will have 2 minutes, and if you are joining us via Zoom, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the sergeant will give you the cue to begin. So please listen for that. I will now swear in the administration. Today we will be hearing testimony from the Commission on Human Rights. At this time, I will administer the affirmation. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Palma
I do.
and Director Ward?
Deputy
Kenneth Ward.
Commissioner Ward, yes.
Sorry.
Kenneth
Commissioner
Ward, you
Ward.
got it. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin, Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the Committee on Civil and Human Rights. Thank you for convening today's hearing. I'm Annabelle Palma, Chair and Commissioner of the New York City Commission on Human Rights. Joining me today for questions and answers is Joanne Camus-Ford, Deputy Commissioner of Policy and External Affairs at CCHR. I will speak about Intro 632, which would amend the New York City Human Rights Law to expand access to housing and address discrimination based on prior arrest or conviction, which has a disproportionate impact on Black and Latinx New Yorkers. The New York City Commission on Human Rights is the agency that enforces the New York City Human Rights Law, one of the broadest and most protective anti-discrimination laws in the country. To fulfill our dual mandate of enforcement and fostering intergroup relations, the Commission's 2 largest units are Community Relations and Law Enforcement. The Community Relations Bureau is responsible for outreach and education and partners with a wide array of community groups, sibling agencies, and stakeholders across New York City. We have an array of community liaisons and advisors, including in the area of reentry following incarceration. The Law Enforcement Bureau conducts testing, investigates allegations of discrimination, initiates complaints, and enters settlements that addresses individual and structural discrimination. The human rights law prohibits discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations, and includes 27 protected categories, including age, gender, disability, race, and national origin. The law has been amended and expanded many times over the years to address the multiple forms of discrimination that impact New Yorkers. The human rights law already prohibits discrimination in employment on the basis of criminal history, but that protection does not currently extend to housing. The Commission has a track record of enforcing protections for New Yorkers with a history of criminal system involvement since the 1970s, when the Commission was given joint enforcement authority with the New York State Division of Human Rights over Correction Law Article 23A, which addresses the use of criminal history in employment decisions. Additional protections in employment have since been added to the New York City Human Rights Law. In 2015, the Fair Chance Act was passed, which prohibits most employers, labor organizations, and employment agencies from inquiring about or considering a job applicant's criminal history until after a conditional offer of employment has been made. However, the Fair Chance Act does allow an individual's criminal history to take into account in limited circumstances. As a result, the human rights law prohibits advertisements and inquiries about criminal history and guarantees that job applicants receive proper notice and opportunity to be heard as part of an employer's individualized assessment of their prior arrests and convictions before an employer can reject a candidate. Employers must also indicate the specific connection between a background check and the specific position for which an applicant is being considered. Since 2015, to enforce these provisions, the Commission has filed complaints from individuals alleging employment discrimination based on past involvement with the criminal legal system, and conducted testing, which has resulted in commission-initiated complaints that address systematic employment discrimination based on criminal history, with a focus on restorative justice remedies. Commission settlements in this area have resulted in employer partnership with reentry organizations that invite people with criminal histories in the job applicant pool and incorporation of New York City's Fair Chance in employment protections in their job applicants for offices nationwide. In our outreach and education, we work closely with sibling agencies and employers. The Commission is also grateful for its close partnerships with many advocates and community groups that have worked with us over the years to educate New Yorkers about fair chance employment protections, including the Legal Aid Society, Vocal New York, the Community Service Society, CASES, the Fortune Society, the Osborne Association, Women Prisons Association, Black Vests for Social Justice, and the Youth Justice Network. Turning to Intro 632, the administration supports the intent of the bill. Fair chance housing legislation aligns the Commission's longstanding commitment to advancing equity for all New Yorkers, and we support the goal of removing barriers to housing. The administration is also committed to public safety and wants to ensure that legislation is aligned with the administration's priorities. Intro 632 will prohibit discrimination against individuals who have been arrested or convicted by making it unlawful discriminatory practice for a property owner, real estate broker, landlord, or their employee or agent to inquire about or take adverse action based on a housing applicant's arrest or conviction history, with some narrow exceptions. Adverse actions would include denial of rental application, higher application fees, failure to review an application, or the imposition of additional requirements or less favorable lease terms. The bill will also prohibit housing providers from directly or indirectly expressing a limitation based on rental applicants' arrest or conviction history. For example, by stating in ads and application materials that they will not approve tenants with arrest or conviction records. The administration supports the aim of ensuring that New Yorkers can access housing, and the criminal history should not disqualify someone from housing opportunities. The current bill, some limited background checks where there is mandatory exclusion based on particular conviction or where federal, state, or local law requires the consideration of criminal history. It also permits review of the state sex offender registry. The bill also contains notice provisions and requires housing providers to conduct individual assessment and requires landlords to review mitigating evidence before taking an adverse action. The current bill's provisions do not apply to those renting out a unit or a room in their family's home if the home is 2 families or smaller, or to people seeking a roommate. The administration is continuing to review the bill and looks forward to hearing from stakeholders and working with the City Council to identify the best approach to meeting the objective of expanding access to housing for all New Yorkers. City and states across the country have enacted similar bills to Intro 632, including Seattle, Oakland, the District of Columbia, Los Angeles, Detroit, Cook County, Illinois, New Jersey, and Oregon, among others. The laws of these jurisdictions limit the review of criminal history by housing providers. These laws recognize the impact of longstanding discrimination in the criminal legal system, and they recognize that contact with the criminal legal system alone should not bar people from accessing housing for themselves and their families. The Commission believes housing is a basic need and a fundamental right to building a stable life. Removing barriers to obtaining housing can pave a vital pathway for thousands of New Yorkers and their families to thrive. This includes individuals recently returning to their communities from custody and those with older records who have previously been denied housing. It can also address a pervasive housing practice that has a disproportionate impact on Black and Latinx individuals. In recent years, more than 20% of adults who enter New York City shelters have come from prisons, and research shows that jail and prison stays tend to increase the risk of homelessness. A stable home is the foundation of a person's well-being. It also enhances the well-being of their families and communities. A stable home enables people to find and maintain employment and promotes better health outcomes, since a stable home enables people to access health treatments and care for children and other dependents. Increasing access to housing also significantly reduces rates of child poverty and rates of recidivism. In conclusion, amending the human rights law to ensure more pathways to stable housing is a means to strengthening individuals and family health, safety, education, and well-being. For all the reasons I have discussed, the administration supports the intent of this bill, and the administration looks forward to working with the council to ensure that we come to a measure where everyone can agree on a bill. Thank you so much. We now welcome your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we are happy to hear that the administration supports the intent of this bill. So the purpose of this bill, as has been stated, is, of course, to prohibit housing discrimination. So how often do you think people are denied housing as a result of having a criminal record?
Thank you for the question. The Commission, as you know, our law currently prohibits discrimination on the basis of race and national origin and disability in housing. There's no protected category currently related to arrest and conviction records, so we don't collect complaints data on that front because it's not something that we have jurisdiction over. What I can say, and the Commissioner has talked about some of the outreach and partnerships that we've developed in the context of fair chance employment, is that we hear quite often, and this is anecdotal, but that individuals have been denied housing, and they're because of an arrest or conviction record. We also have seen and heard from other jurisdictions about individuals who are deterred from ads that reference arrest or conviction records because many people don't want to go through the process of looking for housing. To your point, Chair Williams, it's lengthy and tiresome, only to then be rejected. So we've heard about denials both at, because people put it in ads or applications. We've heard people go through a process, not have a disclosed reason that they've been discriminated against, but feel that it is because of arrest and conviction. And there are studies from other jurisdictions that indicate that when there's testing done in this arena, people with a criminal history are more likely to be denied, even if that's not the formal policy, a blanket prohibition on arresting criminal histories. But I think to the Commissioner's point, we are very happy to be here today to both hear from all of the stakeholders in the room about, and I think some will come with direct experience to your question, about what it is like to go through the housing process with arrest or conviction history.
Thank you. And so I know you said you are not collecting data specifically on denial for housing, but you are collecting data on employment complaints, Fair Chance Act related employment complaints. So can you give us an estimate of how many of those complaints you normally receive? And while you find that information, I just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Holden via Zoom and also Councilmember Brewer.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so we have been, as the Commissioner said in her testimony, looking at the use and prohibition of using criminal arrest and conviction records in employment since the 70s. We have numbers with us from 2015 to today. So it is an area where we get a very, very high number of inquiries. I would say it's the area where we get the highest number of inquiries, most likely. We've had about 800 claims filed with our agency since 2015, and approximately 30 claims filed per year in that space. We do hundreds of trainings a year on employment protections, and about half of those are specifically about fair chance in employment. And I would say, just as a caveat to those numbers, we only see the discrimination that is brought to us, right? So if an individual faces discrimination, they don't file a complaint, that's not part of the landscape of numbers that we're presenting.
Thank you. So as I stated in my opening statement, housing access is a long-standing problem in New York City with many people in shelters due to inability to access housing. Could you share, I guess, maybe anecdotally or any information you have on how criminal background checks impacts housing access? Are you able to share? Okay.
Yes. So I think, one thing, like a starting point for this is that currently private landlords are not required to do background checks, right? We understand that 80 to 90% of private landlords do background checks, and there the protections in our law against discrimination would apply. But the challenge, and I think Councilman Powers referenced this a little bit, is that there is data that criminal background checks can be inaccurate. There's also data not from New York, or there may be data from New York, but I have not seen that. I have looked at data from other jurisdictions that say even when there's a policy, say, we would not consider someone with a felony record, right? A slice of conviction history, that's often applied unevenly to applicants. So I think there's a few places where it would be very helpful if fair chance legislation does pass in New York City. Education and outreach are essential, ensuring that all the stakeholders know what the protections are, what rights and obligations are. That includes landlords and it includes applicants. And that's why a second piece of fair chance housing legislation that we feel very strongly about is that the legislation is very clear and understandable by all the stakeholders in this process. I want to just say one thing, because there's federal law here too. So I talked a little about city law. Where there is federally subsidized housing, there are a set of rules and regulations that would apply. There are for HUD-funded housing, there are 2 instances where there's a mandatory exclusion of individuals. This was referenced in our testimony. And that was included as a carve-out in the Intro 632 that we're talking about today. And then there's other requirements that public housing authorities have particular policies in place.
Thank you. One more question for now before I turn it over to the bill sponsor and then to Councilmember Vernikoff. Just wanted to talk a little bit about source of income discrimination. You know, that's my baby, and contributes to this unhoused population with, again, many people who are in shelters that actually have housing vouchers unable to get an apartment for the same similar type of discriminatory practices. This year, CCHR received additional funding to staff the source of income unit. And so I just wanted to know if you have any updates on how this has impacted your enforcement, and would the source of income unit be charged with also enforcing the provisions of Intro 632 if it were to pass, or is it just, does it go into your overall enforcement bureau that you have and the cadre of attorneys?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. And Deputy Commissioner Kamau Ford will share the numbers we have in terms of source of income. I will tell you that our LEB unit is charged with enforcing the law, and that will continue. So should Intro 632 be passed, it'll be under the jurisdiction of our Law Enforcement Bureau, which handles all claims and investigations for the agency.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers that we have, again, are reflective of who brings complaints to us. We have done a lot of testing in this area, and we also, in the past 2 years, have had between 20 and 40 claims. Now, there's also cases that get resolved before a complaint is filed, and that happens in this instance where sometimes it's, we're reaching out to a landlord and we are indicating there's a potential violation of our law, and someone is then accepted into an apartment. Is that a direct result? We can't always say, but I think to the commissioner's point, having a dedicated unit has some strengths, right? There are people who are focused on one area, but oftentimes it's useful to have it spread across the law enforcement bureau, because a complaint doesn't necessarily come to us with just one issue. It might have multiple layers, and so there's a benefit to having our entire law enforcement bureau addressing these claims, and I think it will depend what ultimately the legislation looks like and where we are, how it's housed and staffed.
Were you able to hire additional people? Because I know last time we spoke about the source of income unit, it was significantly understaffed. And I just looked at the comptroller's report, and your agency was second on the list for being understaffed.
We have hired individuals to the source of income unit, and we have individuals in the pipeline. We're working with OMB to onboard those individuals to make sure we have a complete source of income unit.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Majority Leader Keith Powers for a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to move quickly here. Last month, 2 weeks ago actually, on November 15th, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau issued 2 reports on the tenant background check industry. Are you familiar with those reports?
I am not.
Okay, so they revealed in 2 reports that people are denied rental housing because negative information is reported that belongs to someone else, outdated information remains on reports, and inaccurate or misleading details about arrests, criminal records, and eviction records are not corrected or removed from reports. Renters pay for background check reports, but often do not see them and struggle to get errors fixed. Renters often do not receive adverse action notices, a legal right for renters, and are not able to dispute errors or misleading information quickly enough to avoid a denial from housing of their choice. There are well-stated issues and documented, this is from a federal agency for consumer protection, about the problems with reports. So here's my first question. Are you familiar with the background checks? And as I understand it, and my experience, tenants never have access to those background reports. Is that fair to say?
I would not say never. I think
Rarely?
often what is in the background checks is not known to an individual applying to housing.
Okay, thanks for that. And so if you are one of the individuals here whose name incorrectly appears on a background report and you're paying for it and you have no visibility to it, how do you correct that error?
So I do not know the answer to that question, but what I will say about the bill and fair chance legislation, and something that we think is important, is to the extent there are carve-outs or exemptions, the current version of the bill and also the bills that have passed in other jurisdictions create a process so that individuals can learn if there is an adverse action taken, what was the basis for that adverse action. And I think the second important piece of that is an opportunity to provide mitigating or rehabilitation evidence. So it might not come in the background report itself, but that's something that exists in our fair chance employment law, and something that I think can help address, to a point, some of the concerns that you are raising.
Okay, and under current practice right now, it's fair to say that potentially there are individuals whose name is being matched to somebody else's criminal record, or there's potentially, and this is what the report finds, so I'm just confirming that that's what you believe is potentially the experience here in New York City. There is potential for people to be in a background report where that information is incorrect or it belongs to somebody else. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think there is that potential.
Okay, thanks for that. So, I think that's a starting point of a concern for me, is that we are utilizing, which 2 weeks ago, we have federal consumer protection agencies coming out and saying that there are inaccuracies, misinformation, mismatching happening here, and yet we are continuing to rely on them to match people to housing here in New York City. When you talk about the fees that we're talking about here, which can be sometimes up to $100, $95, $50, an individual who is going through that experience is paying fees every single time. We heard from somebody earlier who had to apply for 20 apartments before finding one because of this issue. And those fees add up, and it becomes another barrier in addition to the criminal history where you now are paying money, endlessly to try to find an apartment. In my district, for instance, but in many districts here as well, the process for finding an apartment in New York City is extremely complex, and you will never have the opportunity to in many cases, to even meet the landlord and be able to provide information to them to document that that's either not you or that you've gone through the rehabilitation process and that you deserve it. So I guess my question is, are you concerned with the notion that there are individuals here in the city who are looking for housing who may not ever have the opportunity today to provide documentation or evidence to their landlord that they're a good tenant?
The administration, I think, supports the intent of this bill because we recognize that there are many barriers to accessing housing, and that arrest and conviction history historically and today has been one of those barriers. And we believe that getting more people into housing enhances the well-being of those individuals, their communities, and the city as a whole. I think we are looking at how to balance that priority with the priority of public safety and what that looks like in fair chance housing, operationalizing fair chance housing. And I think maybe responsive to some of your points, in other jurisdictions, the background check is delayed in the process in some instances, so a landlord can't collect fees until they give someone notice of the background check, and then there's a process that kicks in. There's a lot of different versions of what this could look like, and I think we are interested in hearing today and reviewing these reports and hearing from other experts to identify what is the best approach for our city.
Okay, and just a few more questions. Would you agree that the more discretion and more caveats involved in this legislation, the more potential for this to be used in a discriminatory fashion?
I think it will depend what the caveats are and what the process is. I think hypothetically I can't speak to that.
Would you be concerned that the continued use of the background check reports could reverse an adverse or potential still use of that information discriminating against a tenant?
Sorry, can you say that again? Sorry.
Do you believe that continuing to provide with some caveats, which you're advocating for, caveats and continued discretion, could potentially reverse and continued adverse discrimination against individuals, even if the law states otherwise?
I think there's always the potential for discrimination, regardless of what the law says or doesn't say, and I am not prepared to say what a law would do without having a clear sense of the exact provisions.
Okay. You had made a statement.
Councilmember, I would just add that I think, you know, this is where we see the potential of outreach and education being pivotal to the communities. That through our Community Relations Bureau, we have the means to make sure that communities are educated, that landlords are educated, and that we're working with community partners to ensure, again, that they understand what the law covers and that landlords understand what the law covers and what they should and shouldn't be doing.
I understand that, but I think the concern from individuals who have faced this barrier to housing is that when you continue to provide information, even if we're telling them they can't use it or can't utilize it, that by seeing it, it will still reverse in an adverse action against them to be able to find housing. Is that a concern of the administration?
Again, the administration believes in the intent of the bill and believes in making sure that those the barriers to housing are eliminated, and so we look forward to working with the council and with the stakeholders to ensure that we can get to a place where the bill addresses those concerns.
Okay, I was hoping for a simple yes, because that should be the answer to that question, to be honest. that continuing to utilize the information when you're prohibited, the answer should be yes, not based on how the legislation's written. There are a number of I wanted to pick up on a statement you said earlier. There was something about uneven application of this, even when there are laws in place. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Sure. So I did want to just also build on what the commissioner was saying, and the administration does not believe that a criminal record or arrest or conviction history should disqualify someone from housing. So the things that the administration is looking at is, to the points we made earlier, clear potential lookbacks in some circumstances. What that looks like is going to be informed by what everyone says here today.
I understand that, but your first sentence and your second sentence disagree with each other. And what I was asking is, the question I have is, you made a statement about the law being applied still unevenly, even when there are caveats in other cities and other jurisdictions. I just want to understand what you meant by when you said it was applied unevenly.
So an example, and I think this is from a report from Louisiana, but we can get that to council afterwards, is that a housing provider might have a policy that says, we do not accept people with felonies, right? And two people might walk into that building separate hours or separate days, and one might say, well, I have a felony, and that person might hear a message that says, that might be okay, go through the process. And another person might hear, you just shouldn't apply. So I think, like any law or policy, it can be applied differently in different circumstances, and that is
which could be an argument against what the position you guys are advocating for is to create additional discretion, which then would be applied unfairly to people who might be in the same circumstance.
I think that's a potential challenge with any law or protection, but the administration's goal is to achieve the aims of reducing barriers to housing, and that will be steadfast in the review of what the process looks like in New York City, taking account for our housing market and the needs of residents.
Okay, and just one last question, and thank you, the chair, for my time. You're advocating for some changes to the bill. Can you delineate them more specifically for me? This bill's been introduced for a couple of months now. You guys have had a lot of time to think about this, and you have a clear position on it. You've had the opportunity to look at other jurisdictions. I've looked at them as well. So I just wanted to have more clarity on what exactly are the caveats you guys are asking for.
So I think we are taking very seriously our duty of listening to the public and hearing from people, to your point, who have lived experience and who are in the room today, and also those who can't be here in the room today. I think what I can say is that the administration is considering some lookbacks in some limited circumstances, but I can't give any more details than that today.
Okay, and just to pick up on that, you do agree that a look-back period could be applied unevenly and could lead to continued discrimination, even with the law being on the books. Is that fair to say?
I think there's always the potential for error.
Okay, I would say greater than that. But do you have the resources if somebody calls you to complain about uneven application right now to do enforcement against that?
Yes, so that is where if someone calls us and they have stated something that would be a claim, colorable claim under the human rights law, we would look at that. And that's what we do, and we do have the resources to do that,
Okay.
and we've effectively been doing that in employment.
Thank you. I got a look from my chair to stop talking, so I'm going to listen to her, and I'll hand it back over to her. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Vernikoff.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm just going to use some of my time for questioning to do an opening, and then I'll come back to you for questions after.
Councilmember Vernikoff, I'm sorry. We just want to encourage members to stay because Councilmember Holden has a question. So we need to maintain quorum so he can ask his question. Just wanted to flag that. Sorry.
Thank you. The Fair Chance for Housing Act, this is the narrative that was sold to the public when this bill was introduced. But in reality, there is nothing fair about this bill. This bill, if passed in its current form, would strip a property owner's right to conduct a criminal background check on potential tenants. That means a landlord would not be able to stop those who committed or are still committing serious crimes from moving onto their property to live next door to families with children and seniors, because the landlord would have no idea who is a serious criminal and who has committed a minor offense 5 or 10 years ago. That would make it possible for murderers, burglars, and drug dealers to move to the apartment next door. Why does this body continuously abandoning the law-abiding citizen while constantly defending those who break the law? While crime is at an all-time high in our city, this body continues to pass legislation that encourages criminal behavior by constantly rewarding it. Of course, we should give second chances to those who have made mistakes in the past. But as a society, we can never do that at the expense of the safety of children, seniors, and innocent civilians. This is why this bill cannot pass in its current form. Since I've made my opposition against this bill known, I have taken dozens of calls from New Yorkers from various communities opposing this bill, from Asian American communities, from immigrant communities, from Black and brown communities, and many others. I'm not talking about rich landlords. I'm talking about middle-class tenants. I'm talking about a single mom trying to make ends meet, who happens to own a 2-family home which she does not occupy and would now be prevented from knowing if a violent criminal will move into her house. I am talking about tenants from a residential complex which houses communities of color and prides itself on safety and the ability to maintain that safety only because they're able to conduct criminal background checks. I am talking about an 85-year-old grandmother who lives on her own in an apartment building. I appreciate some of the work that organizations like Fortune Society do to rehabilitate individuals who have committed crimes in the past to integrate them into society. I think that both opponents and proponents of the bill agree on one thing. Individuals who have in the past committed minor offenses or those who have been completely rehabilitated from their criminal past should not be shunned from society. Can I just have 30 seconds? Thank you. But with this well-intentioned purpose comes a dangerous outcome. Stripping a property owner of his or her legal right to conduct a criminal background check will also undoubtedly endanger law-abiding New Yorkers. It also comes with hypocrisy, as federal regulation allows and requires the New York City Housing Authority to reject potential tenants based on criminal history, while private property owners would be required to house criminals. There is also merit to the argument that proposed Fair Chance Housing Act, which intends to prohibit housing discrimination, will in fact cause more housing discrimination. As landlords will not be legally allowed to conduct a criminal background check, some may and will profile based on other factors, such as skin color. It is my hope that we can come to a reasonable compromise that will assure that those with a negative past are given the proper chance to be meaningfully integrated into society, while at the same time protecting law-abiding citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilmember Holden because he's on Zoom, and then to Councilmember Ariola.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the consideration because I'm on Zoom. I have a question. The Department of Education has regulations that prohibits anyone with a felony from working in a school. So why would the same city then force property owners to have felons live in the same building with children? Anyone?
So we're not here to speak about the Department of Education rules. Thank you. What I can say is that housing is essential to meet almost every other basic need. If you don't have housing, you don't have often a shot at employment.
Well, the answer to that would be that the city could get more supportive housing. They can get more transitional housing if a person is having that much difficulty and finding a location to live. But as a property owner, and again, I have several free-family homes. In fact, that's probably the predominant housing that I have in my district. Yet the landlord can't decide, that this person might be a risk to their families, and our families are the most important to us, our children. So there's another side to this, and you mentioned, I think, Deputy Commissioner, you mentioned that there's some municipalities have carve-outs. Could you mentioned one or two of them. Do you have any other carve-outs that they had exemptions for, other cities?
Yes, I just want to restate the administration's position, which is that we see fair chance legislation as an opportunity to balance some of the things you're talking about, safety for all New Yorkers with enhancing access to housing for all New Yorkers.
Well, there's a hearing. I'd like to hear some of them, because if we're going to paint with a broad brush here, and we're taking the rights away from property owners, but yet it doesn't hold true with public housing. This wouldn't hold to public housing. Am I correct?
So there are federal rules and regulations, and we referenced some of those. There's 2 areas where there's a mandatory exclusion, which, as you know, is carved out in the current version of the bill. And there are also some permissive areas where housing providers who receive federal funding can have screening tests, screening processes. We also know that in New York City, our own public housing authorities are constantly revisiting these policies. But I do want to go to the question of other jurisdictions.
So the public housing can discriminate, but private they have to take felons, mass murderers, or anything, serial killers. They have to do that, but public doesn't. Isn't that?
Well, no one's allowed to discriminate because the human rights law protects everyone against discrimination based on their identity characteristics, and there's 27 protected categories. I'd be happy to talk about the other jurisdictions or provide that information at a separate time.
I think now's the time, but all right, we'll go beyond that. One more question, or at least I'll try to get, if I have enough time. Is there a possibility that without exemptions to this bill, that the landlord and, also tenants in the building who couldn't do a background check could be physically harmed by this bill?
Landlords will retain most, if not all, of their current ability to deal with individuals who are threatening people or property that are tenants, and to handle violations of lease terms.
That's really, you didn't answer the question. If you're not going to answer the question, why be here?
Thank you, Councilmember Holden. We'll try to do.
Time up?
Yeah, your time was up like a minute ago, but it's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll do.
Thank you,
It's okay. No problem. We'll try to do another round of questions. We want to get to all council members, and so if council members can respect the time limit, so we can do another round, that would be awesome. Over to you, Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming to testify today. On the surface, Intro 632 sounds like a great idea. Preventing housing discrimination is a goal we should all strive for. However, as it's currently written, it is unrealistic and puts landlords and tenants at risk. Unilaterally prohibiting landlords from looking into criminal backgrounds of potential tenants opens the door to tragedy. It removes the vital discretionary abilities from landlords, abilities that allow them to rent to those they feel are comfortable sharing their homes with, who they feel comfortable allowing their tenants to share their hallways with. Those tenants are oftentimes children and seniors. This bill, as it's being presented today, would allow violent offenders to share the floor space with unknowing residents who may very well become victims as a result. And once someone does get attacked by a violent new tenant, why should we wait for that moment to then invoke the laws that protect landlords and the rules and regulations of their lease agreement, because we all know how difficult it is to remove someone who is becoming problematic once they're inside of your apartment. We need to focus on all of those law-abiding New Yorkers who are just trying to go about their lives to live in peace. Instead of focusing on these law-abiding citizens, this bill creates a new protected class called criminals and further erodes the public safety by potentially bringing crime from our streets into our homes. I look forward to hearing those who will testify today and being part of the conversation. I believe in second chances, and there is a way for this legislation to be beneficial to those who deserve one. But we need to be reasonable and acknowledge that Intro 632 is too broad in its scope and needs further definition. We need to stop bending over backwards to those who break the law. There are consequences for breaking the law, and we need to make public safety a priority once again in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can practice this, that would be awesome. Thank you, thank you. So the next council member I'll go to is Councilmember Palladino.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for being here. Appreciate listening to you. I, like my colleagues, agree completely. This is lopsided. This is off balance. What we are talking about here is not about discrimination. It's about not allowing the transparency that the property owners and the landlords and the tenants deserve. The very idea that you are stripping away the rights of these property owners by not doing a simple task such as a background check, a criminal background check, that allows anybody to walk into your door and you just have to accept him as it is, or her as it is. That is not fair. Real estate's extremely expensive here in the city, and these people have put everything they earned and worked for on the line in order to make an investment in the homes that they own. And the idea, the real crust of this is that you are taking away the rights of the landlords to do what is rightfully their right, and that is to perform the background checks. We're talking about murderers and rapists and pedophiles that are going to come and live next door to us. Look, this is not discrimination, this is reality. And as it was stated before, we are now allowing felonies, convicted felons, to come and live into our homes. I'm all about second chances also. Life is about second chances, but at what point do we draw the line? And to strip landlords of their rights is wrong. Rewrite 632 and let's revisit it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now turn it to Councilmember Krishnan, and I just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan, Councilmember Nurse, and Councilmember Felice.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Williams, Chair Williams, for today's hearing. I first want to start by saying, and I would hope everyone would agree, that everyone deserves to have a roof over their head and a bed to sleep on at night. We're in the middle of a housing crisis right now, and we're not going to solve that crisis by making it more difficult for people to find a home. Everyone and every New Yorker also deserves to feel safe too, and we have to invest in strategies that truly keep people safe. I know it is utterly destabilizing and devastating when you lose a home or you're boxed out of housing. As a lawyer for low-income tenants for many years, I have represented clients in exactly this situation who have been homeless, who have been forced out of their homes, who are forced to live in shelter, and I've seen their lives upended overnight, and I have seen their struggle when they are discriminated against and cannot find housing. People in homes equals safer communities. And so my first question for you all, and thank you so much for testifying today, is you would agree, correct, that race discrimination is prohibited under our fair housing laws, right?
That's correct.
You would also agree that sources of income discrimination is prohibited under fair housing laws.
That's correct.
Would you agree that the two of the top forms of housing discrimination in this city are race discrimination and source of income discrimination?
I would agree with the caveat that disability discrimination is also quite rampant.
Correct. That's why I said two of the top three. The top three, according to the Human Rights Commission reports, are race discrimination, disability discrimination, and source of income discrimination first, disability discrimination, and race discrimination. So source of income discrimination, race discrimination are two of the top three forms of housing discrimination in this city. And I would venture to say two of the top three forms of housing discrimination nationwide. Would you also agree that those who are trapped in our criminal system and coming out of criminal custody are overwhelmingly people of color?
I think the data indicates that is true.
Would you also agree that those who are trapped in our criminal system or coming out of our criminal system can or will likely require the assistance of public benefits?
I can't speak to that.
So I would say, as a lawyer who's represented many clients in these situations, that oftentimes, because they've been incarcerated for a long time, because it's often very difficult to find housing, many of them will depend or require public assistance or public benefits, and discrimination based on public benefits is otherwise known as source of income discrimination. So I would say, if we know that race discrimination and source discrimination are both illegal under our fair housing laws, if we know that they are two of the top forms of housing discrimination in this city, and they are prohibited practices under our fair housing laws, then I think we must also agree as a city that discrimination based on your criminal history, which implicates those two forms of prohibited housing discrimination, is a proxy for those forms of housing discrimination. And if we want to actually end housing discrimination in this city, we have to stop those proxies as well. Again, people in homes equal safer communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Krishnan. Turn over to Councilmember Joseph for questions.
Thank you so much. My first question, in New York City, there's nearly about 750,000 people that have conviction records. That's almost 11% of the adult population. Do you know how many of those are currently unhoused?
I do not.
I would love, since I sit on this committee, maybe you can get that data back to us. That would be very helpful. Thank you. As a general rule, I'm not even talking about the bill specifically. How does denying people from housing make our city safer? Yes, colleagues? It sounds like no answer?
No, the administration is committed to removing barriers to housing. We see that as a critical piece of fair chance legislation. What we're here to do today is to listen to all the stakeholders and to identify what is the best pathway forward. So as several people have referenced, there are other jurisdictions with these protections, fair chance housing legislation. In some of those jurisdictions, there's a limited time look back. So landlords can look back 3 years and that's it. In some of the jurisdictions, they mirror what is under federal law, the two mandatory exclusions from housing. So being on the lifetime sex offender registry and manufacturing methamphetamines in the homes, and those are the restrictions. So there's a wide array of approaches. There are jurisdictions like New Jersey where there's time married with certain types of arrest or conviction records. There's a lot of versions of how to do this. I think this administration wants to do it correctly for our city, and we want to balance what have been the predominant themes of this hearing, which are safety for all New Yorkers.
Correct.
And reducing barriers to housing for everyone.
So you would agree that getting people housed make our city safer rather than less safe? Because I'm hearing it's about safety. We understand that. But as you mentioned earlier, there's certain criterias in order.
Yes, and we would, and there is clear data that shows that stable housing is linked with lowering recidivism, and we do believe that getting people into housing is a cornerstone of well-being, both for individuals and families.
Well, thank you for that. So housing does make people more safe. I got it. Okay. If people can't access housing because of a crime they did many years ago, to me, that's perpetual punishment. It's almost equivalent to a lifetime sentence, because even if you get convicted of a minor crime, you have a record that carried with you forever. What's the current justification for legalizing housing discrimination? I'm a former teacher, so I always ask questions like that, because as I was teaching, I saw a lot of my students enter the shelter system because some of their parents served time. They deserve a second chance. So that's why I'm asking these questions. Also, as the ed chair, I'm going to ask these questions because they're important. I saw for the past 10 years how many of our students, if you look at the data, that has entered the shelter system because their parents came home from prison and they could not find a home to live in.
So I will respond to say that we said in our testimony, this administration and the commission sees housing as a human right, and our goal is to reduce barriers to housing, and the administration's position is that a criminal history, which here we're talking about arrests and convictions, which are very different, should not disqualify someone from housing. But how we balance some of the priorities is the question on the table, and which many people in this room have expertise and opinions that we would like to hear and learn from and use to make this strong, fair chance housing legislation for New York City.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. I just also wanted to sort of center this on like facts and not fear. And so I just want to state that this law does not apply to New York State Offender Registry. I've been hearing a lot about sex offenders. This law does not apply to them. This law also does not apply to two-family owner-occupied housing or rooms in owner-occupied housing. And all of this must comply with laws protecting victims of domestic violence, sex offenses, or stalking. So let's sort of center facts when we're talking about this legislation. And I just want to make that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Nurse for questions.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just have some questions that around even the practice of people going to look at an apartment. Can you confirm there's a pretty widespread practice of when you reach out to a broker, the broker will ask you what's your credit score and how much income you make before even they're willing to respond to you or show you to an apartment?
Councilmember Nurse, I thank you for your question, and I respect the question. However, the New York City Commission on Human Rights focuses on enforcing the New York human rights law.
Sure.
And so we
but
don't—
I'm saying maybe anecdotally.
We don't
hear a lot
have
about
the
that?
expertise to speak on what that process is like.
Okay.
We do have the knowledge of speaking of when someone goes through a discrimination process and they bring a complaint to us.
Okay, well, I would just say, in my experience, and what we hear anecdotally, is that, and from our office, is that most people won't even get the opportunity to go look at an apartment. Based on the income levels in my district, and the fact that brokers are requiring, 4 or 5, 10 times the actual rent for them to even get a response back. So it's fair to say, I would think that most people who are coming out or coming home from prison or incarceration who don't have credit or who aren't earning $100,000 or more in income probably won't even have the opportunity to look at most things being rented, right? So I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to just continue to highlight and amplify already there's so many barriers that exist for anyone to even look at an apartment, to even look at a room. There's so much filtering out based on race, based on credit, based on basic questions. If right now any of us looked at Craigslist and reached out to the phone number listed and said, I'd like to look at this room, the chances are you probably won't. At least not in the district where East New York and Brownsville and Bushwick and folks are coming from, 11207, 11208, those zip codes that I represent, who send a lot of folks upstate, or who have a lot of folks upstate in prison systems coming home, they're not ever gonna look at the apartments that are going up in my district. They're not gonna ever look at the homes that are being purchased by some random LLC. We don't know who the owner is. They're never, ever gonna even get a chance to communicate again to those brokers. So there are already so many barriers, and this narrative that people are going to be forced into the homes of these good landlords is absolutely absurd, because they probably won't ever even get a chance to look at the actual house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next council member I'll go to is Councilmember Ressler, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair Williams, and to Majority Leader Powers for your leadership on this issue. Proud to be one of the 31 co-sponsors on this bill, and I will say it's always good to see you, Chair Palma, and have you back in the council chambers. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the great work that you do. This bill is a moral imperative. And I'd like to just build on something that Councilmember Joseph was saying a moment ago. Over the last decade, we've seen the single adult homeless population in New York City grow by 1,000 people a year. Chair Palma, you, as a recent DSS leader, you know this well. And the primary driver on the single adult side of our homelessness population are formerly incarcerated individuals. It is a great thing that we've seen the state prison population shrink from 60,000 people to 30,000 people over the last decade or so. However, we are not providing housing in any way for the people who are exiting our state prisons. Our jail population in New York City has shrunk by about 30,000 to 6,000 over the last 30 years, but we have failed to provide transitional housing and long-term housing for people that are exiting incarceration. And the existence, the perpetuation of discrimination against formerly incarcerated individuals in housing that is tragically perfectly legal in the city of New York is a disgrace. It has to end, and I'm gravely disappointed by the testimony of the administration today. You know, I was reading a HUD report from just June of this year that noted private housing providers should consider not using criminal history to screen tenants for housing. Criminal history is not a good predictor of housing success. Why is Eric Adams in conflict with our Democratic President, Joe Biden, on this issue?
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. I would say that the administration supports the intent of this bill. That's why we're here today. We want to continue to work and partner with the council to ensure that we can strike that balance of breaking down barriers to housing while also keeping our city safe. And we have, you know, the commission has and will continue, right, to always support removing barriers to housing for all New Yorkers.
I just have to ask for brief answers because I'm unfortunately going to get kicked off in 58 seconds. So, do you believe in the accuracy of the background checks that are provided to landlords? Just yes or no?
Some are accurate, and there is data that strongly indicates that some are not.
So many background checks are inaccurate, yet you're asking landlords to rely on inaccurate information. When they come back and they find that an individual does have previous convictions, which of those convictions do you expect the landlord to ignore, and which do you expect to take into consideration?
Under the city human rights law, no one is required to do a background check, and we are not asking people.
By failing to support our legislation that we are insisting on today, you are saying that we should not prevent discrimination against formerly incarcerated
No, the administration position is that we want to talk about what lookbacks could look like. This bill has exemptions, as the chair mentioned.
For sex offenders, and rightly so. But and that law is absolutely protected in state law. However, you are insisting that landlords look at people's previous criminal convictions and whatever they may be, and you expect them to ignore some and embrace others and discriminate for some but not for others. It is not a sensible policy. This is the right approach. This is the bill we need to pass, and I really hope the administration will come to its senses and start protecting the rights of formerly incarcerated individuals.
We do strongly believe in the rights of all New Yorkers, and that includes people with arrest and conviction histories. That is part of our law in multiple places.
Thank you very much. I'm Gail Brewer, representing the Upper West Side, and I'm also the author of the Fair Chance Act, which increase access to employment opportunities for those with criminal records, and also a foster mom with kids who've had records. So I'm very familiar with this issue. My question to you is, I don't disagree with my friend, Chair Commissioner Annabelle Palmer, and with the human rights, but the question I have is, I know you have not been specific with some of the other localities that have passed such laws. Do you have a sense of what's worked, what hasn't worked, and are there places specifically that we could learn from? Are there policies that we could learn from? I read your testimony, but I didn't see it listed.
Sure. So the commission, as part of our efforts to support fair chance housing legislation, has been in touch with our counterparts in a number of jurisdictions. So as I mentioned, Seattle is one jurisdiction where the fair chance housing legislation simply mirrors the exclusion in federal law. So there is the ability of landlords, and I am pretty sure it's after a conditional offer that housing is available, can look at those two particular crimes, and that's the scope of what is permitted in background checks. So that's Seattle. In Cook County, Illinois, after someone is determined to be pre-qualified by looking at a number of the things that Councilman Powers mentioned at the top, reference checks, credit history, if someone is determined to be pre-qualified and before anyone pays for a background check, there is that is when a housing provider would give someone notice that they will run a background check, and there's an opportunity to withdraw, or there's a process if a criminal background check is reviewed. There are also jurisdictions like Washington and DC and the state of New Jersey that have certain look-back periods by number of years, depending on what the particular underlying offense would be. And can I just, one piece from that, as an enforcement agency who's been looking at fair chance employment in our conversations with some of those jurisdictions, is that the education and outreach is always pivotal, but in the places where the guidelines are confusing and not very clear and easy to understand for both landlords and applicants, that is a struggle to foster compliance.
Okay. With the employment, as you know, it's the same issue. Offer me the job, and if I get it, then you can ask if I have a criminal history. But you can't discriminate before I'm offered the job. So there are some similarities to what you're describing here. And I guess my other question would be, have you done any kind of, or has somebody done an evaluation to see if these different policies work? In other words, are people getting housing? Is there a reduction in those, recidivism, et cetera? Is that also part of this policy analysis?
Yes, and so part of the conversations with jurisdictions that we've talked to are that these policies are having the intended positive impact of increasing access to housing. And people have said landlords appreciate the clarity where the law is very clear, and so do applicants.
Okay, so there will be some analysis that some academic is doing of these different policies to the best of your knowledge to see if they're actually working, not just anecdotal.
Yes, and there's a lot of literature in the employment space, and increasingly there's literature from other jurisdictions on the housing space as well, and that will definitely inform the conversations.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Councilmember Marte, followed by Councilmember Hanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christopher Marte. I'm also happy to be a sponsor in this bill. Everyone deserves to be housed here in New York City. My question is about how do we actually enforce this legislation? There's a lot of third-party providers that offer this as a suite of services where you get your credit rating, historical background, and they also add in criminal background checks. What can the city do to make sure that those third-party providers are not even offering that service to property owners and to other LLCs?
I think what the Human Rights Commission can do is articulate in our law and in our guidance and rules what is required under any law that City Council would pass and that would ultimately be signed by the administration. In our conversations with other jurisdictions, one of the things that has come up is partnerships with some of the vendor organizations who likely have to change their product to fit, which is the product is the screening tool. But we know from other jurisdictions, Seattle and Cook County, Illinois, that those changes are possible. We don't have expertise in the kind of vendor legislation and what governs those pieces, but that is definitely an important part of the picture.
Right now, when anyone applies to be a part of a co-op or to live in an apartment, many don't have to explain why they rejected the applicant. How can we enforce this law to make sure that people understand that they're actually being discriminated against? Because sometimes it's almost impossible to find out whether it was because of your criminal background or because there was something else listed on your background check.
So under this law, as currently written, it covers sales as well. So the same process would be in place. I am also not an expert in state law, but I know there is a state bill that is pending to improve transparency in co-op sales, but I can't say anything about the details of that.
Thank you.
Are you done, Councilmember? You good? Okay. Next, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you very much. So I kind of wanted to dig into a little bit of the questioning my colleague, Councilmember Brewer, had started, which is really talking about other jurisdictions that have prohibited criminal background checks on housing. So in New Jersey in particular, do we have any insights on how that law is being enforced in New Jersey? What about, have we reached out and looked at other, our counterparts? And is there a way to better understand the challenges and complexities involved in enforcing this? And what can we use as takeaways to kind of make sure that we're using the best practices to get this done?
Yes, thank you for the question. And again, one of the goals of being here to listen for this administration is to make sure that we are getting it right. Some of these laws have been on the books since 2017, maybe a few a little bit earlier. Most of our counterparts report on the complaints they receive, so that's an important way for us to track kind of what is happening. We also do have relationships with the enforcing agency in New Jersey. We have had conversations with New Jersey and Seattle, Cook County, and others about how things are going. One of the challenges is that if there's an open investigation or complaint, people can't talk about it, right? So they can only tell us what is closed or something that they've already resolved. We understand that in New Jersey, a lot of the initial violations, and there were, I'm going to say dozens, I want to say in the 30s as publicly reported in the first year or two.
Violations in?
Of the provisions that say you cannot advertise or ask about criminal history. The majority of those were in the advertisement arena. That's partly because, A, they couldn't disclose a more complex investigation, but also because there is a lack of awareness of the law. That translates also into our fair chance employment. We see a lot of violations at the first step in the process, which would be we have an application or we have an ad that deters someone from applying because of it references arrest or conviction history.
Is there a way that, or would you think it would be important to have a standardized sort of background check that was universal, that everyone used, so there wouldn't be an interpretation? Is that something that other jurisdictions and states have been using? I'm really trying to get to a point where we're all looking at the same information, interpreting the same information, and then making sure that we're using it to get people in housing.
I think this goes also to Councilman Marte's question. As I understand it, and I am not an expert in these background checks, there's sort of regional versions of companies running, third-party companies that run a suite of screens, which include credit history, rental history, and conviction history, but there's also ways to limit what is part of a screen. So that would be whether companies would adopt a uniform one, I don't know, and I think I would withhold judgment until we knew what it was. I think in our fair chance employment arena, we have, and many of the protections of our law, we create a sort of notice and model or sample document that people can use because we understand resources are limited. So there are things that we can do like that, but that wouldn't be a background check. That would more be things for landlords or tenants.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Salamanca, and we are entering our second round of questions. So council members, if you have second round of questions, let me know, and let's try to be as succinct as possible. I just want to ask a few questions about public housing. So currently, public housing, as been mentioned today, is not contemplated as subject to this law. Earlier this year, as President Biden declared April 2nd Chance Month, he emphasized the importance of helping justice-involved people re-enter society and find safe and stable homes. As a part of that effort, Secretary Fudge directed an agency-wide review of HUD's program to be more inclusive of justice-involved people, and in October, the HUD offices were to propose updates and amendments to agency guidance that would improve inclusivity. Taking this into account, do you see any role for CCHR in extending this non-discrimination policy to people residing in NYCHA? And I know there's some jurisdictional issues, but it would be interesting to hear your opinion on what is happening on the federal level. I know other council members mentioned that NYCHA has more strenuous regulations than this bill would allow. So just wanted to know how you've been reconciling this.
I think this goes to the collaboration at the administration level, so that agencies, just like Councilwoman Hanks was mentioning, where can we gather data, internally understanding how these processes are working, where they are used by our own agencies is one step of that process, and there are a number of different pieces of that we are still evaluating to identify, again, where are the look-back periods helpful, where are they not helpful, what are we seeing as reasons that people are being denied, and how does that play into this legislation. And just to your point about the HUD guidance, that has not, in October, there was a deadline to release some information. That has not come to pass. So there are some memos out there, but we await seeing what HUD has to say, and for that to be part of our considerations, whether or not fair chance legislation comes to pass, because it will have an impact on the federally subsidized housing in New York regardless.
Have you been coordinating or working at all with HUD and NYCHA regarding this at all, or is it just your own research paying attention to what's happening?
I turned myself off. No, I mean, we speak with NYCHA and with HPD. We've been following very closely HUD regulations on this score, and that's also been a point of discussion when we talk with other jurisdictions who face a similar framework where the local law might say one thing and then federal regulations say something different. So trying to figure out how to reconcile that, and if there will be further federal guidance on that as well.
Thank you. I will come back for some other questions, but wanted to turn it back over to the bill sponsor, Majority Leader Keith Powers, for additional questions.
Thank you. I'll be brief because I know we have a lot of people here. The mayor's giving a housing speech right now, and according to New York Post, I think the opening line, or one of the opening lines, was "There's nowhere for people to go." Under the recommendations that you're asking for, where there would be levels of discretion involved or look-back periods, where do people go in the meantime?
I think this is a question that is outside the scope of the Commission on Human Rights ambit, but we're happy to further discuss this in the administration.
Well, I can ask the chair then. You worked at the homeless services, so where do individuals go in this case?
Councilmember Powers, I respect your question, and today the focus is talking through Intro 632 and the intent of the bill, And the commission has always supported making sure that there aren't any barriers for any New Yorker to access housing. And so for today, we want to continue to work with you, to work with the council to ensure that Intro 632 can come to fruition with a host of, with an agreement where everyone can feel comfortable, where people are not denying housing, but we'll also have a focus on keeping New Yorkers safe.
Understood, and I appreciate your work, and you've always been a good partner. But I will say there is an ability under your position to deny people from housing, which undercuts the argument that people have nowhere to go that the mayor is talking about right now. So I think there needs to be a little bit of reconciliation between the broad housing goals the administration talking about. And by the way, I am with you guys on so much of this. We need to build more housing. We need to create more opportunities, more affordable housing. I have been in my district. We build supportive housing. We support places for people who are homeless to go. We do not vilify people who are struggling and need a helping hand. And I've been outspoken about that from the day I walked into office until recently. We did a great new project renewal, supportive housing project in my district, and it was a great project. And it is the type of housing we also need to build in New York City. It is the type of principles we need to uphold. And for many of us who are up here, we are the ones who are often saying yes to giving people housing opportunities and understand the big goals here. We're not standing in the way of those things while advocating for this or advocating against legislation. But I guess the critical question here that we do have to ask is, where do people go? And if we're not, as the mayor rightfully says, not building affordable housing, we're not creating the pathways to housing, but we are putting in barriers or keeping some barriers in the way, the question is what happens to those individuals? And as you guys have noted in your testimony, stability in housing does decrease recidivism. It does increase the ability for public safety in this city. And so I'm going to end at that note, but I think that what the mayor is talking about right now and what we're hearing do have some conflict with each other, or at least we have to answer that question of where do people go if we're talking about look-back periods and things like that. People who have paid their sentence are being asked to continue to pay that sentence in housing, but not in the criminal justice system anymore. And I think that has a major repercussions for people's ability to rebuild their lives. So I look forward for anybody who's speaking up about this legislation today to also work with us to find places to house those folks who are not going to be able to find an apartment. That will require me to build more homeless shelters in the city, build more supportive housing, and I anticipate that if those folks are going to oppose this bill, they, in that time period, will start to help us solve that other crisis that we are creating, which is a crisis of homelessness, and I will look forward to working with them to do that. And I'll tell you this, I know I will be doing that. I will be supporting affordable housing and housing market products and shelters and things like that to help my fellow New Yorkers. I hope others will join me in that. Thank you.
Just reminding people to practice this. So the next council member I'll turn it over to is Councilmember Vernikoff for a second round of questions.
Thank you. I believe you testified earlier that there isn't any specific data or evidence to support that individuals who are denied housing based on criminal records. Is that correct?
Can you say that again, please?
I think you testified earlier that you don't have any data or evidence to support that individuals who are denied housing based on criminal records. Is that correct?
I said at the commission, we don't collect that information because it's not something that's within our jurisdiction. There are studies and data by other people that point in that direction, but I said we as the commission don't collect that information.
But the information that you have is that it's based on opinions and anecdotal information, correct?
I think there's a wealth of both academic and think tank studies that point to the fact that stable housing is a factor in reducing recidivism and ultimately enhances well-being and safety.
But right now, you don't have in your hands evidence that there has been housing discrimination based on criminal records. It's just based on opinions, right?
It's not based on opinions, it's based on studies, but I don't have those studies with me today.
You don't
that is
have
correct.
the studies. So we're proposing a bill to ban background checks, criminal background checks, to prohibit housing discrimination based on anecdotal information and opinions that there's been housing discrimination based on criminal arrest records. So I understand from your testimony that you don't fully support the bill as it stands right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, we support the intent of the bill, but want to work with council and other stakeholders to ensure that, in the administration as well, that I mentioned, that the bill is the best bill it can be for all New Yorkers.
Are there specific parts of the bill that, well, let me rephrase. What are the specific parts of the bill that you don't support?
The pieces that the administration is reviewing and thinking about is the potential for look-back periods for certain offenses.
Thank you. So I understand that you understand the bill very well. So let me ask you a question. If this bill passes, will a property owner be allowed to check whether or not a potential tenant has committed robbery, burglary, or arson in the past? If it passes the way it is right now?
Private landlords would not be looking at past behavior as a predictor of tenancy, though, as we said, there's different rules under federal law for federally subsidized providers.
Okay. So if somehow the landlord does find out that a potential tenant has committed robbery, burglary, or arson in the past, will that landlord be able to reject the application based on that knowledge?
On that basis alone?
Yes, on that
No.
basis alone, no. And if a potential tenant applies to rent an apartment and the landlord learns through a friend that there's a warrant out for that person's arrest, can the landlord then deny that application based on that knowledge?
Based on an outstanding warrant? That's the question, right?
Yes.
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. So if a potential tenant who's applying to rent an apartment, say murdered a child in the past, would a landlord be able to check that information in order to consider if the tenant can move in, should this bill pass?
Should the current version of the bill pass, private landlord, would not look back at arrest or conviction history.
So he wouldn't be able to check if a tenant murdered a child in the past? Yes or no?
They would rely on the other tools that landlords have to review individuals for tenancy.
So no, right?
Yes, I said that.
Okay. Does the CCHR receive housing discrimination complaints based on criminal history?
That is not something that is within our jurisdiction, so it's not, again, something that we count. We do have at least one case, though, where under a theory of disparate impact, there was a settlement with a landlord, a larger landlord who had a blanket prohibition on tenants with arrest or conviction history, and that was found to have a disparate impact based on race and national origin.
So we're talking about one case? Yes?
There's currently one case that the commission has handled. There's also a larger universe and body of law, but we have one case that I can speak to, yes.
Okay, one case. Do you know approximately how many complaints there are per year based on, discrimination complaints based on criminal arrest records?
In employment?
No, in housing.
At the commission, we don't track those because it's not a protected category in our law.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. Okay. You have, how many more questions do you have? One more?
2 minutes.
30 seconds.
I gotta pick my best question then. Would you agree that if this bill actually passes the way it is, that it will create more housing discrimination?
The administration is supporting the intent of the bill, but not the current version. I have not seen evidence in the jurisdictions that we have looked at and talked to that fair chance legislation has led to more discrimination.
Thank you.
Just wanted to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa, and I see Councilmember Holden has his hand up for a second round of questions.
Thank you, Chair, again for the second round. I appreciate it. So there are already protections for tenants when landlords do background checks, right? It's within the Fair Credit Reporting Act. It restricts the type of information that landlords can access and requires them to inform prospective tenants that they'll be conducting a background check. So the city, has many programs to help, ex-cons find housing. So like the New York City Rent Freeze program, alternative enforcement programs, tenant protection units, right to counsel. So are these programs not working?
I'm unable to speak to the breadth of these programs, but I think a lot of them are only tangentially related to the question at hand, which is how do we improve access to housing for New Yorkers while also considering public safety?
Yeah, because, I agree with my colleague, Keith Powers, that why isn't the city building more affordable and transitional housing and supportive housing to give, ex-cons, a second chance? This is what I think should be done. If we're going to restrict homeowners, and again, I have a lot of three-family homes who the landlord lives in the homes, they're going to have to rent. They don't have to rent to sex offenders, right, according to the bill?
The bill doesn't talk about who you can rent to or not. It talks about what's permissible to look at as part of the application process.
But so it doesn't permit you or it does permit you to look at sex offenders, correct?
The current version of the bill does allow housing providers to look at the state sex offender registry.
But like my colleague Vernikov just said, but what about a person that murdered a child?
Currently, a private landlord would not use a criminal background check, so that information might not be known through that channel.
Right. So you see the problems here, and you see that. And I know what would happen because I've heard from a lot of residents who own a three-family home or homes in my district that they just leave the apartment empty rather than go through this. So that's the danger here. When you paint with a broad brush, and you have some things that don't make sense, like you can't do somebody, let's say an arsonist and he's a serial arsonist, the person's had 12 convictions, you still cannot find out, or you still can't do a background check on that part of it. And so you're putting your family in danger. Nobody in his right mind would do that who owns a three-family home. Believe me, nobody would do that.
Time
so
has
there's
expired.
The problem here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Now I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Chair. Has CCHR considered that if a landlord can no longer check a criminal record of a potential tenant, there'll be some landlords that may look at the person applying to rent a property and judge them based on the color of their skin and assume that they have committed crimes and won't accept their application, opening up more doors for discrimination?
So as I think it was Councilman Marte identified, race discrimination is one of the most prevalent forms of discrimination that we see at the Commission. It is prohibited. It still happens. The evidence that we've looked at from the employment sector and from other jurisdictions do not point to the fact that there's increased racial discrimination as a result of this law.
That doesn't exactly answer the question, but because I think that if they're not able to do a criminal background check, no matter what the color, if they feel intimidated by that person, they may or may not approve an application. So my next question is, does CCHR believe it's fair that the NYCHA, New York City Housing Authority, is exempt from this and can still conduct background checks, yet reject people based on their arrest record, but not private property owners or condos and co-ops and people who are shareholders and real property owners do have to do that.
So the bill as written has a carve-out for the fact that federal rules currently put different obligations and requirements on federally subsidized housing than on private landlords. So not all private landlords do background checks. They're not required to do background checks. And as we discussed in response to Councilwoman Williams' questions, we are in touch with our colleagues at NYCHA and HPD, who are also constantly revisiting to ensure that their policies are reaching the right balance of the priorities we've been talking about, which is getting people into housing and safety.
But if this bill were to pass in its form now, then there would be a complete inequity when you own the building privately or you're a co-op owner or a condo owner than if you are running a federally funded NYCHA housing project. Is that correct?
There would be a different set of rules and regulations, and that mirrors how it is now. Private landlords are not bound by the same rules and regulations as federally subsidized housing.
Thank you. In 2015, the City Council passed Fair Change Act Fair Chance Act banning criminal background checks for by an employer. Do you have data that shows that it helped formerly incarcerated people get jobs?
So as I referenced before, there are a number of studies out there on fair chance employment, both in New York City and other jurisdictions, that indicate that fair chance laws have overarchingly increased callbacks and employment for people with arrest or conviction histories.
Thank you. Thank you for the second round.
No problem. Just some final questions about funding. I know we have a upcoming November mod hearing today as well. How will expected citywide budget cuts affect CCHR's operations? How will this impact housing discrimination, enforcement in particular? It's one thing to have a law, but it's another thing for the law to be enforced, and that tends to be a problem across many agencies. So if you could share your thoughts on the funding impact.
Thank you for your question, Madam Chair. And as you and I have previously spoken on many occasions, while we have to, in the administration, strike a balance in terms of budget, CCHR has a great dynamic team that continues to do the work day in and day out. We continue to work with OMB to, raise our agency needs, and OMB, and we're in constant communication with them. Should this bill be passed, our team is prepared to ensure that we are able to enforce the law.
On November 21st, OMB Director Jacques Giha released a vacancy reduction letter stating all agencies must reduce city funding full-time civilian positions that were vacant as of October 31st, 2022 by 50%. As I mentioned earlier, I was quite alarmed that your agency was second on the comptroller's report, and so I'm quite concerned and would love to know what is the total number of positions CCHR is currently budgeted for, and how many of these positions are currently vacant.
CCHR is currently budgeted for 140 positions.
And how many are vacant?
We currently have 109 staff individuals.
You have so you have 140 budgeted, and you have currently 109 people on staff?
Correct.
Okay. Why were there no vacancy reductions listed within the November plan for CCHR? Should we expect these vacancy reductions, or has the administration exempted your agency?
We have not been exempted. We're working with OMB. We're working through our budget needs with OMB as we speak.
Okay, is it fair to say that you currently have the necessary staff to enforce existing laws?
We continue on a daily basis to enforce the human rights law.
Okay, just want to make a statement that I do hope the administration prioritizes CCHR and the work that they're doing, especially considering the proposed reduction plan and, of course, looming intricacies for next year's budget. And Councilmember De La Rosa has a question.
Thank you. Sorry, I was chairing next door, so thank you for the opportunity, Chair Williams. Since some of my colleagues are interested in data, I wanted to ask, is there any data or any proof that a person who has been formerly incarcerated is unable to pay their rent?
We don't have data on that.
Okay. Is there any data that a person who is formerly incarcerated, or any complaints of a person who is formerly incarcerated that has not been able to adhere to the terms of their lease?
That type of complaint would not come to us.
Is there any information that you have in terms of folks who have put in complaints for discrimination based on being formerly incarcerated or the inability to find housing due to that circumstance?
I did mention the one case that was, I believe it was a commission-initiated case, though, so it was not based on a complaint that came to us. Because we don't have jurisdiction over that, we don't track that, and we don't receive complaints on that basis.
To your knowledge, if a person were to be, we've heard this talking point on the sexual registry, sexual offenders registry, would anything in this bill preclude a landlord from searching on that registry?
So as drafted, 632 permits review of the registry and puts in place notice requirements, and then the ability of individuals to either provide information that it was inaccurate, or that they have rehabilitated, or to present other mitigating factors.
Is there any information that the agency may have or the commission may have around the warehousing of 60,000 apartments in New York City?
That is outside the scope and of the human rights law in our jurisdiction.
Thank you. I just want to state for the record that it is an impossible situation to try and find housing when you're trying to rehabilitate your life, if at every turn there is an obstacle. And it is not sufficient for us to try and hide street homelessness by creating larger obstacles for people to find housing. So we cannot continue to talk through both sides of our mouths when it comes to the rehabilitation of people that have paid their debts to society.
Okay, thank you to my colleagues for asking such thoughtful questions, and thank you to the administration for your testimony. We do encourage you to stay and listen to the testimonies today. I know you said that's one of the things you want to do as you work with us to pass a bill that you feel is most suitable to combating housing discrimination, and I do appreciate your preliminary support of the intents of this bill. And I just want to again reiterate to the administration, I know you all have to say what you have to say here at the testimony, that CCHI is prioritizing the budget because we have many wonderful laws that really support the most marginalized New Yorkers. But if your agency is unable to enforce existing laws, I'm concerned about your ability to enforce future laws. So I do hope that is prioritized. Thank you, and we'll turn it over to the public in a minute, and I'll turn it over to Jaysri for some housekeeping things.
Thank you, Chair. We'll give the administration a few minutes to gather their things, and we will turn to public testimony next. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify if they are online. If you are here in person, when you are called, please take a seat at the table, and you can begin once the sergeant starts the timer. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should let me know, and I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff, if you are online, will unmute you, and the sergeant at arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. If you are here in person, please make sure you push the button on the mic and the red light goes on so we can hear your testimony. And please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. We will be starting in a few minutes, so If you don't mind sitting tight, we'll actually just call the first panel so you can get situated. We have Yusuf Dahl, Lizzie Corrett, Leah Faria, and Andre Ward. Thank you. We will be starting shortly, and just a reminder that you will have 2 minutes to deliver your testimony. Thank you. So on this panel, we have Yusuf Dahl, Lizzie Corrett, Leah Faria, and Andre Ward. You can all begin when you're ready.
We defer to her first. That would be fine if we can start in that order. Thank you.
My name is Lizzie Corrett, and I live in Brownsville, Brooklyn. I've struggled with finding safe, stable housing because of criminal record. I support this bill because it will help women and families like mine to get home they deserve for a successful life. Before I went to prison, I was 21 years old, living on the street and dealing with mental illness. I've been home from prison since 2008 and have never been in trouble again, yet securing housing has been a real challenge. For example, last year my boss introduced me to a real estate broker who showed me an apartment in a complex in Manhattan. It was perfect within my price range, but because of my criminal record, I was rejected. I also been on the waiting list for NYCHA for 8 years, and I'm pretty sure I'm not getting anything because of my history. I rebuilt my life after prison. I was employed in different fields, most recently as a cleaner at corporate building. For several years, I was connected to housing through Housing Plus, a nonprofit that provides affordable housing to women who are adjusted impacted. I was also a good tenant who paid rent on time. Right now, I'm living with friends. It's not my own place, and I'm tired of not having something that's not my own. My whole life, I wanted a home to call my own. For those who say this bill would threaten public safety, I say that's unfair. I am 53. Sorry. I'm 53 years old and disabled after having a stroke. What can I do to hurt anyone? And I'm still being excluded from housing because of something that happened decades ago. I'm sorry. For women, home is a foundation to build on, a place for our children and families, for those of us who serve our time. It is unfair to let past criminal records continue to haunt us. Let us move on and be productive. We deserve fair access to housing. I urge the City Council to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and the rest of the council. My name is Leah Faria, and I am the Senior Community Organizer for the Women's Community Justice Association, which works to end mass incarceration for women, families, and gender-expansive people. Women are especially vulnerable to housing discrimination based on a criminal record. When I was released in 2019, getting a home to call my own was a real struggle. I applied for at least 3 apartments, but having to check that box, asking if I had a conviction, resulted in me never hearing back from those landlords. Checking the box was like going through the trauma of the court system all over again. I served 22 years in prison without a single disciplinary infraction, proving that I was fit to return to the community. Within 30 days of my release, I had a job. I had the means to pay the rent. I did the time without getting in trouble, yet I was still not being given a second chance. No one wanted to rent to me. My choices was to live in a shelter or live with my mom. I lived with my mother, and it was not a good situation. It was difficult for me to get the remote work parts of my job done and to get sleep because there was constant disruption. I refused to give up and finally connected with Providence House, which provided me supportive housing and which provides supportive housing to justice-impacted people and others in need. It's been 2 years of living there, and having a place to call my own feels great. It is freedom. It is my safe place. Turning the key to my apartment and having somewhere to rest my head at night gives me a sense of peace. I pay my rent on time every month and probably have one of the cleanest apartments there. But Providence House can't be the solution for everyone with a criminal record. There is not enough space. The Bill to Fair Chance for Housing is a big part of the solution. Housing is a human right. Please pass this measure so that other women like myself get the opportunities they deserve. All I wanted was the opportunity to be treated fairly, yet I was denied.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for hosting this, and to the other council members, thank you for being present. My name is Andre Ward. I'm the Associate Vice President of the David Rothenberg Center for Public Policy at the Fortune Society. The Fortune Society has been around for over 55 years, offering support reentry services for people who have been convicted of different crimes. You know, we do this by believing in the power of people's capacity to change and changing minds through education and advocacy to promote the creation of a fair, humane, and truly rehabilitative justice system. One of the things that more than a quarter of our new clients say is that homelessness or being homeless is an unstable situation. This is a constant plea from the individuals walking through our doors. And many times, participants meet all of the requirements to have a housing application accepted. However, in far too many instances, acquiring a place to call home is an uphill battle because of their past criminal system involvement. Occurrences like there were the driving force behind the development of the Fortune's Castle Gardens apartment building, which is a mixed, affordable, and supportive housing development in West Harlem. Approximately 90,000 square feet of residential space. It's composed of 113 units, 50 supportive housing apartments for homeless individuals with the history of criminal legal system involvement. And next door to the castle is the Fortune Academy, which provides emergency short-term and long-term supportive housing for homeless formerly incarcerated people. And what I want to highlight is that, it's important to really consider this bill, 632, in the following context. There's an ongoing housing crisis that we all know about. It's well documented that people with criminal system histories face barriers in obtaining housing. Now, I've been to different institutions in this country and in this city. I've taught at many college institutions, taught at Harvard, at Yale. I've lectured at different institutions to empower people. I'm someone who has a 5-year-old daughter. I'm someone who's went to the highest levels of academia, scheduled to graduate my doctorate degree in 2024. And yet, would you deny me housing if I applied for housing? Maybe so, because I have a conviction history. And so it's important to note that this legislation is important, and I'm not the exception, right? We're talking about anybody that has a conviction history has the capacity to live a life of contribution. I've counseled thousands of families and individuals about how to navigate this system. I've facilitated restorative justice circles between people who have been harmed and people responsible for causing the harm on many occasions. And invariably, those who have been harmed said unequivocally they would rather something different to happen to people who may have harmed them rather than being put in prison and jail. I'm speaking based on experience as a professional. So Intro 6/2032 is an important bill to pass, and we thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly Majority Leader, for putting this on. And we thank the council members who may have given some opposing feedback, because it's helpful for us to understand what those who are opponents of the bill have to say, because we lead with facts rather than fear. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Williams, the council, and to my fellow panelists for sharing really tremendous and brave testimony. My name is Yusuf Dal, and at 18 years old, I was sentenced to prison for 10 years for the distribution of drugs. In the ensuing 25 years, I have built a successful property management business, served as president of Wisconsin's largest trade association, graduated from Princeton University, and now have a teenage daughter. The challenge in front of this committee is to determine whether the private problems of folks like us warrant definition of a public problem, and hence your intervention. Some folks will argue no. They will say that the market is working and that landlords are making rational decisions that secure the safety of their properties and the well-being of their tenants. As a landlord that has operated 200 affordable housing units, I can sympathize with that perspective. I've spent much of my mid-20s and late 20s acquiring buildings, pouring gallons of sweat equity into them, and pouring all of my hard-earned dollars into those investments. Instinctively, like many of the opponents of this bill, I would resist any effort to constrain my ability to determine who I could rent to. However, instincts are not the best way to manage a critical resource in our communities that is foundational for all of our hierarchy of needs. I have directly signed hundreds of leases and have oversaw the execution of well over 1,000. The most important predictor of success in housing is income and credit history. Inquiring about someone's criminal history denies folks access to housing for debts that have been paid and for factors that have nothing to do with their ability to be successful as a tenant. I know this firsthand. I was recently recruited to lead an education nonprofit and was denied access to neighborhoods that offered my daughter access to high-quality schools. My income and rental history were irrelevant. Could that landlord make a credible case that I would stiff him or harm his existing tenants? Absolutely not, and I don't even think that that landlord would try to. Yet they would likely oppose this bill because of the perception that they are going to lose control. And as I say to landlords across the country, this is really just a perception, because this legislation, and I want to be clear to the members of this council, this legislation will not harm the business or safety of this community. It will simply correct a market failure that is constantly judging folks perpetually for the worst thing they've ever done. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind the panelists and future panelists to please stick to the time. I really don't want to cut you off. That also goes for my colleagues. So if you could please stick to the time, that would be most appreciated so we can hear everybody. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Okay, I just want to acknowledge that we have been joined by Council Members Velasquez and Kagan, and also Minority Leader Borelli. And the bill sponsor has a question.
Thank you for testifying your stories and your advocacy and your grace as here as well. There's 750,000. This is for anyone, but this is 750,000 New Yorkers, almost 10% of the adult population in New York City, who have a prior conviction and could be barred from housing because of background checks. But certainly that's not the amount of people that are committing crime in the city, that are not part of the numbers that we see. We talk about public safety. Yet you'd hear in the last couple of weeks a broad brush being painted about people who have records. And when we talk about broad things on my bill, we actually hear the opposite on the other side, which is a broad intent to tell everyone who has ever had, the way you said, the worst day of their life, that they should live with that forever, for a period of time, you name it. And that's clearly not true. The facts are on our side on that one. 750,000 people, and when you look at the numbers of who is committing crimes, yeah, that's not what we hear every day. So I just want to reiterate that, and I maybe ask Andre if you can speak more to the people you're working with and their efforts to rehabilitate their lives and how housing can be essential to that. And also, I want to just ask you to speak to the mayor's point about a time period and how that might be destabilizing somebody at the exact moment where they need stabilization.
Yes, Council Member. The Fortune Society serves over 9,000 people annually that have had some contact with the criminal legal system. And we have had proven concept of success based on people going on to live a life of contribution once they go through our various programs. We have a suite of different services for which we offer to people, ranging from behavioral health to substance use treatment, to employment readiness, to education, etc. And one of the things that's essential in all of that is housing. And in our housing portfolio, we've been able to provide housing for thousands of people throughout the 20+ years that we have been servicing the people that we care about. We don't throw them away. We don't look at them as things or objects to be placed somewhere or not by us. We embrace their humanity because we know that they have the capacity to contribute to society just like anybody else. The mayor, in effect, has made statements relative to why people should, or why we should look at aspects of the bill in a way that we should focus on heinous crimes in some way. And what we're suggesting and what we maintain and believe is that someone who has a conviction, irrespective of what it may be, should also be dealt with fairly and treated humanely. And in the bill itself, it has the carve-out specific to what people have asserted on the opponent side, the sexual offense registry, etc. So that's a short answer, Council Member.
Thanks. And just one more question, and I'll hand it back. This is for Yusuf, who has experience, obviously, in this field. When a landlord or property manager or anyone who's in this field receives a background check, and it's particularly in a really high demand market, my district being one of the highest demands in the entire world, if not country, and the sort of rapid nature of how the apartment process goes in New York City and in other jurisdictions as well. The landlord or property manager is going to receive a document that basically says whether there's a criminal offense or not. Is that fair to say? But it's not going to have any evidence or information about what the status is of rehabilitation. The landlord is unlikely to ever, in New York City, meet the actual tenant that they're going to rent to, because we have a robust system with brokers and other ways, property managers and things like that. So I guess that's two questions in one. One is, how do we know, if you're giving broad discretion, that how to compare one individual versus another anyway when you talk about rehabilitation? When we talk about giving discretion, as other people here have said, how do we know, how would a landlord ever know the status of an individual anyway if they're being asked to continue to be able to judge them based on using a criminal record? Well, let me start there. Let me ask that question.
So contextualizing it in what you had mentioned, which is a particularly robust market, what most landlords will do is they're just going to take the applicant that has a perfect record, right? So if you have any type of blemish on your record, so a past conviction, that conviction can be 25 years ago, it doesn't matter. In a tough rental market like this, that person will be discriminated against.
Thank you. Enough said.
I think Minority Leader Borelli has some questions.
I appreciate all your comments, and I guess I just want to hear your perspective on how to answer some questions that people who are concerned have asked us. The recidivism rate of violent crimes, 65% of people are rearrested within 5 years. That's 2/3 of people. With property crime, 78%, so 4 out of every 5. What is the reaction to that when people say that given the recidivism rate, aren't people taking reasonable precautions when not renting to someone with a specific criminal conviction? I'll ask the panel, and I don't know who wants to answer it, perhaps.
I think one of the things to consider, and thank you for that, Councilmember, for that question. One of the things to consider is that there's no scientific evidence that determines whether or not someone that has a conviction history is going to be a problematic tenant. That's a fact. And in no way am I trivializing the data that you shared. We know in New York State that data is accurate. However, again, there's no evidence at all, Councilmember, that even though there's property crime that happens, it's still not a determining factor in whether or not a person will be a good tenant because they have a conviction history. It's just not.
But the bill doesn't bar a landlord or owner or co-op board, et cetera, from still renting to someone who fits in the statistical category, potentially, but can otherwise prove that they are a good fit for the particular housing unit. We just had a conversation with all 4 of you, and you all made very compelling cases as to why you should be housed in some particular location or why you'd be a good fit for any building. The bill prevents this conversation from happening. Why is that a bad thing?
I think a part of it is that it's irrelevant. I think the fact of the matter is that if someone is able to pay their rent, if they have proof in terms of being a person that is otherwise fit to be living somewhere because they're a human being, they're a good person, and they have character references to prove that, I think that should suffice. And we maintain that a human being should have access to housing irrespective of what they have done in the past in their lives.
But a criminal conviction of, say, a hate crime wouldn't be a indicator of someone's character?
I think when we talk about
And I'm not trying to be gotcha.
No. I don't take umbrage to that, Councilmember, at all. I welcome it. I think when you talk about a hate crime, right, that's something else categorically, right, that may fall outside of the purview of what we're talking about here. You talk about a hate crime, right, we're still saying that a person should have access to apply for housing regardless of their convictions and not being discriminated against because it. So whether it's hate crime, whether it's someone who unfortunately has taken someone's life, someone who has stole a candy bar, we're saying that people should have the opportunity to be able to apply for housing and not be discriminated against because of their conviction history.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Councilmember Burley.
I'm just going to wrap up.
Okay.
I agree with everything that was said, and I guess my point is that the conversations around these issues and the conversations around what mitigating life choices one has made that you brought up. There are plenty of things people have done post-incarceration that make them great people. The bill bans the questioning of that or the conversation about that, and that's why I have some opposition. Thank you, Chairwoman.
No problem. Councilmember Vernikoff?
Thank you. Mr. Ward, I just want to thank you for some of the work that you're doing. I think it's incredibly important. Supporting the formerly incarcerated, helping them with finding housing and jobs, adjusting to civilian life and educational opportunities. Those are all good things, but some of these individuals are still dangerous offenders, and we can't help them by placing the lives of civilians in danger. So my first question for you is, if this bill passes, can someone who committed murder in the past end up living in an apartment building with seniors and children, specifically because the landlord was not allowed to check their criminal record?
First, I just want to say for the record, we don't refer to people as offenders at the Fortune Society. We don't use language like ex-cons, convicts, etc., because in that term alone, it's dehumanizing and it denotes a certain kind of interpretation that perpetuates, right, this kind of like idea of who's worthy and who's not. That's one. If a housing development has an application and that application is accessible to the public for someone to apply, then anyone should be able to apply, irrespective of what they've been convicted of, and they should not be discriminated against because of their conviction history. So if that housing development has seniors that are living there, the children are living there, or a mixture of both in some ways, people should still have the opportunity to apply for housing and not be discriminated against because of their conviction history.
Would the Fortune Society support a bill that would prohibit housing discrimination against those who have committed minor offenses, but not exempt those who have committed serious crimes such as murder?
We don't prohibit anyone from accessing our housing, even people that have been convicted of sex offenses. We don't do that.
And a murder.
And murder. If someone who has a conviction, whatever it may be, we don't look at a person based on their conviction. We look on an individual.
So it doesn't matter if they murdered someone?
It doesn't matter to us because they're human beings who served their time, paid their debt to society, and ultimately, like any other human being coming back into the world or living in the world, should have access to the same rights as anyone else. So no, we don't.
Okay, so I understand it's your prerogative to protect murderers. The Fortune Society is also a landlord, correct?
Yes, the Fortune Society is a landlord, and we don't protect murderers. We honor the humanity in someone who's committed harm to someone else, so as they can begin to inspire other people to not cause harm to someone else. So we're not protecting anyone, council member. We're simply holding them in a way that they can feel cared for, because the people that we serve, those who are among that 80% of Black and Latinx people who are obviously impacted by systems in this country and racism, we know that many of them never had a first chance to begin with. And therefore, we showed them what first chances look like and new opportunities look like by bringing out the best in them so that when they go in the world, they show other people what potential looks like, what living a life of contribution can look like, and how that can show up in the communities that they go into and they will live in.
Okay, so I'll rephrase. You don't protect murderers, you honor them. Fine.
Councilmember Vernikoff.
Just one last question.
Okay, 20 seconds. And if everyone could be succinct. We have over 50 people registered to testify, and I want to respect everybody's time. I would love to sit here and listen to all of the questions and all the responses, but we just simply don't have that time. So just reminding everybody to be intentional about the time you're using, to respect the time clock, and also reminding our wonderful guests to please use sign language when you're applauding as to not disturb the testimonies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, as a landlord, do you conduct criminal background checks?
No, I don't.
I meant the
don't.
Fortune Society.
The Fortune Society does not conduct criminal background checks, right? And, you know, I'm thankful for your questions, council members, but I have to obviously, and I'll say this quickly out of respect for Madam Chair, is that I honor all human beings, even you, council member, because it's the right thing to do as a human being. And this is what the Fortune Society teaches the people that we serve, to honor all human beings, irrespective of what they've done, who they support, the things they're involved in. We know that human beings have the capacity to do good and to change.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
it says on your website that some programs in the Fortune Society require a background check and/or additional training.
Well, there are certain positions, right? If they need to be filled by employers, that could be a possibility. And I'm qualifying this for the record. That could be a possibility.
So you do sometimes conduct criminal background checks.
No, we don't conduct them specifically.
What does that mean?
What I mean by that is if there are employers that are looking for candidates, we will speak with the people that we serve, and we will manage the relationship with the employers relative to background checks in that way.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. And now I'll go to Councilmember Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to say that all of you are admirable examples, and nobody will judge or anything like this. And also, thank you for being here. Thank you for testifying. Also, I'm definitely for second chance, and as council member, I secured funding for programs for formerly incarcerated. My question is, in the current form, so you have zero objections to the current form of this bill? No objections? Not a single change, everything is okay?
Well, I'll respond to the spirit of the bill, and I think, just to reiterate what I said, what determines the success of a tenant, and you know, I respect so much the work of Andre and the Fortune Society. I'm not coming at this from a social service perspective. I am a landlord. I own a property management company. What determines the success of a tenant is their ability to pay rent and their history of being able to pay those bills in a responsible manner. That is what determines the success of a tenant. When we start to factor in some of these other things, and I appreciate you believing in second chances, but everyone does not think the way you do. And literally, I have just been denied access to an apartment because of a conviction that's over 25 years ago. This stuff is real, and it happens to folks every single day.
And it's terrible. I agree with you, it's terrible. So I believe this bill should be amended to the situations like you just described. For example, this bill specifically right now saying that sex offenders could be prohibited from living in certain apartments, you know, like, so sex offenders already like not humans, not second chance. How about this? So why not any other categories of convictions or situations like recidivists, repeated recidivists, etc.? So that's my point. Why not to amend this bill to make it, like I would say, easier and safer for everyone?
Thank you, council member, for that. To amend the bill to begin to expand the categories will diminish the impact of the bill itself and the purpose and aim of it. Individuals who are designated to be on the sex offense registry, that outcome came about as something based on what we've discussed. But to broaden those categories will diminish it. So the next thing, people will say, if they stole a candy bar, we should be able to know, right? And I'm not trivializing. I really believe that there's people out there that think that, because the broadness of people's perception on crime, etc., doesn't discriminate in terms of what it is, right? If you are convicted of something, you're a criminal, right? We've heard someone say, you know, these are criminals, right? Irrespective of like what they've done, how minimal it has been. But to broaden that category is far-reaching, and it will obviously diminish the impact of the bill itself.
What about violent recidivists? Would you consider this exemption from this bill?
I don't know what you mean necessarily, Councilmember, by the most violent offender. If you're able to describe that, I'm happy to hear it. But I don't know what you mean by the most violent offender.
Several violent crimes is released from jail, committed again, released from jail, committed again several times. Would you consider this as exemption from this?
I believe that if someone has committed an offense, they've served their time, they're released, ultimately they should have the opportunity to be able to apply for housing and not discriminated against because of their conviction history.
So even if it's repeatedly, if it's 3 times, for example, so no exemptions whatsoever.
We believe in human beings' capacity to change, council member. 2, 3 times. Many of us have made poor decisions 2, 3 times and have been given opportunities to be able to still move forward in our lives. We may not have been convicted of a crime, council member, but certainly we have been given opportunities because of grace and understanding and support and resources. We have been able to move forward in our lives. We believe the same thing, that people have the capacity to change.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. I know CCHR said they were not collecting this data, but I know you guys do a lot of extensive research, and so I wanted to know if you all have collected data on how often people are denied housing as a result of having a criminal record. Do you have any anecdotal data or anything you could share around the discriminatory practices to sort of substantiate the need for such a bill outside of it being a fair human rights thing to do?
We have done some research, Madam Chair, in the white paper, and there's some data that we could pull that seeks to respond to what you're asking.
Okay, yes, I would love to receive that data. I know you said you own a management company, so just in terms of your industry, are you able to kind of share how common the practice is for folks to ask for criminal background checks by management companies and or landlords? Are you aware of how often that happens percentage-wise?
It's a well-published fact that approximately 90% of landlords utilize background check services to determine the fit of a tenant.
Thank you. I don't think I see any other questions. So I want to thank the panel for your testimony and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next call Mary Ann Rothman, Melissa Gomez, Ryan Manel, and Jeffrey Davis. You can go ahead and start when you're ready. Just the administration gets sworn in.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the committee. My name is Mary Ann Rothman, and I'm the Executive Director of the Council of New York Cooperatives and Condominiums, which is a membership organization providing information, education, and advocacy for housing co-ops and condos located throughout the 5 boroughs of New York City and beyond. More than 170,000 New York families make their homes in our member buildings, which span the full economic spectrum from very modest income restricted housing to solid middle-class apartments, apartment complexes, and upscale dwellings. The people who live in New York co-ops and condos are not only the owners of their buildings, they're also the electors of their community's governing boards and the neighbors who share the dwelling units and its common space. As homeowners, they often remain in place for decades, stabilizing and contributing to their neighborhoods. The safety and security of every member of a co-op or condo community are of utmost importance to any board when making management decisions, including the review of new resident applicants. Intro 632 would restrict the ability of co-ops and condos to examine criminal history in such instances. While we appreciate the Council's commitment to criminal legal reform and protecting the rights of disenfranchised New Yorkers, we must oppose this overly broad legislation as antithetical to sound management and resident safety. With every admissions application, boards seek assurance that the candidate understands all responsibilities associated with cooperative living, that they'll be contributing members of the community and will not harm or jeopardize the safety of the community in any way. We do not take the position...
Time expired.
Can I do one more paragraph? One more paragraph? We do not take the position that prior involvement with the criminal justice system should automatically disqualify applicants for housing. Our concern is that cooperative ownership communities must continue to have the ability to manage and regulate their operations and finances, including making thoughtful admissions decisions within the parameters of the existing human rights law. We therefore urge the City Council to seek a better balance between the rights of persons with a criminal history and property owners' ability to provide safe housing to tenants. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Melissa Gomez. I'm a real estate broker located in Queens Village. I am here as 2022 chair for New York City Working Issues Group for New York State Association of Realtors, which has 13,000 realtor members in the 5 boroughs, along with 64,000 members statewide. You have my speaking points, so it gives you a little bit of my history. I'm not going to go into that. We're here speaking against introduction number 632. We understand the housing crisis. Obviously, I'm in real estate. I get it. There is a big problem all across the board on many different fronts. However, this bill does not address certain issues that we think we would hope that the council members will look at other jurisdictions to look and see and hopefully enact something that would be more fair or just kind of look at things from different perspectives. We feel that I feel it falls short in addressing the root of the problem. There are violent criminals. There are criminals that are career criminals. Unfortunately, the reality is that for some people, they do not know another way of life outside of criminal activity because that is what they were taught. I can say this because I have friends that have been rehabbed, and it is different if you've committed a crime 10 years ago versus committing something 6 months ago and then going back into it and committing it again. I'm fearful for the 80-year-old lady that is living in a 2-family that is not owner-occupied, and the tenant that is coming in is an identity theft person. I am fearful for the person that has had a meth lab in prior properties, and now this property is no longer deemed viable. I am fearful for the person that has the property as a brothel, and the FBI has come in and broken down. There's a lot of things I think it does not take into consideration, and I would hope it does. My biggest fear in this, or my two big issues. One, NYCHA is federally funded. I am self-funded as an owner, and it's not fair that a federally funded organization has a right to check it, and I do not. My biggest fear, honestly, as a minority, my family's from the Dominican Republic. I am brown. People will now look at us and instead say, you know what, you probably have a criminal background because you're black or brown. And instead, and if we think that racism does not exist, we've heard it all morning. And the reality is that as a person that is a minority, I can tell you racism is very much alive and well. And my fear is that people will use this as a reason, their preconceived notions as a reason as to why they will deny housing. And we're actually going to create a bigger problem of housing access for people, where they could honestly show, you know what, I am not a criminal. Please don't assume that about me. And I think it's a travesty not to take other things into consideration. So I really would hope that we look at other jurisdictions, at other areas across the country that have looked at fair chance and just say, okay, what's working? The blanket area of this bill is not.
Well, thanks, Chair Williams, and it's really great to be able to speak on this really important issue.
I also want to say thanks to the sponsor of the bill, Majority Leader, I'm looking at Joe Burley over here, Majority Leader Keith Powers, for the continued dialogue on this conversation. And I want to say I'm Ryan Minnell. I'm Vice President for Government Affairs for the Real Estate Board of New York. Over recent years, we've really been focused on making sure that we also further the shared goal that we have of housing access. But I do want to say that we do have some concerns in terms of balancing that priority with that of building security and building safety, public safety. One of the models that wasn't presented today, I think, is what Detroit has done, which is a much more nuanced approach in regards to ensuring that there is an appropriate look-back period provided for consideration, as well as something that would be taken into consideration, I think, hopefully by this committee as well, which would be a process through which CCHR could look at potential erroneous denials of applicants if it has been found that they've been discriminated upon. Also, we appreciate that the bill includes indemnification language. We look forward to continuing the conversation around that to ensure that is also strengthened. And finally, to Mary Ann's point earlier, sales and rental processes are very different. We want to make sure that there is some continued conversation around that as well to ensure that those processes are both taken into consideration in regards to how those processes are different. So with that said, happy to take any questions. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. I believe we have one person online.
We have Jeffrey Davis, who is on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Starting time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, beautiful. All right, hello everyone. Jeffrey Davis from the James E. Davis Stop Violence Foundation. I wanted to make a point that this subject of public safety and housing, of course, housing is a human right. Housing is very important. Housing is a human right, but it can't go up against public safety. Right there in the chamber in City Hall, every city council member had to go through a metal detector. You had to go through a metal detector because of public safety. 19 and a half years ago, there was a shooting right there in that building. And the laws had to change where a human being died. My brother, Councilman James E. Davis, your colleague. And then they changed the law, Mayor Bloomberg, to say everyone has to go through a metal detector with and their guests. Public safety. 2 years prior to that, 2 blocks away, there was a tragedy where 3,000 people were killed in the World Trade Center. And then they changed the laws. Now it's tougher to get through at the airports. Public safety. Let's not wait till a tragedy. Yes, we believe in second chances, third chances, fourth chances, et cetera, but property owners have a responsibility and an obligation to provide safety to the tenants, to their family first, to the tenants that live in the building, and to a community. Now, if the bill is amended, if you haven't been in prison in 20 years, okay, we understand that you've been rehabilitated. But if you continue over and over and over to get arrested, how would the landlord know that? How would the landlord know that you got arrested over and over and over again? The landlord won't know that. How will the landlord know that you're a pedophile? In terms of the rape, the registry is only for New York. That means somebody from Iowa could have did a violent crime and raped and hurt someone and then come to New York and you wouldn't know because you couldn't do a criminal background check. We do background checks to save, take away background checks for daycare centers.
Your time's expired.
Take away background checks for banks. You can't take away, thank you, appreciate it. In conclusion, I want to acknowledge my brother, Honorable Councilman James E. Davis, law enforcement officer, district leader, a reverend, and of course the city councilman, and thank you. Amend it and let's get it right, but please don't put the two against each other. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you. Before we turn to council member questions, I just want to reiterate that currently, as the bill stands, it exempts 2-family houses. So I just want to reiterate that, again, facts. So it is exempted.
If they're owner occupied.
Okay.
If it's not owner occupied, it's not exempt. I just want to make sure that we have the correction on that.
Okay, so the bill sponsor will clarify that, but like I said, it is exempt, because I think when you say, I know you said if it's owner occupied, but when you say that it's not, it creates this narrative that has nothing to do with the bill. So it's still two-family households, even if it's owner occupied, if you want to be specific, is exempt. So I just wanted to reiterate that. You can, I'm sure people will ask you questions and you can clarify. I just wanted to continue to talk about the facts of the bill versus some things that I've heard during the hearing. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Velasquez for questions.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question for REBNY. Does REBNY and its members have experience with similar laws outside of New York? And what have you found to be the best practices?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember, for the question. A number of our members have a national presence, and so we've done a lot of conversation over the previous couple of months since the bill was introduced in regards to looking to see which municipalities, which states have done things similar and what has worked, what has not. I mentioned Detroit earlier in my brief remarks. We found that the Detroit model is a model that we should consider replicating due to the fact that it does create a fairly good balance from the perspective of our membership in regards to ensuring that we have housing access as well as public safety and building security taken into account. And so that process, again, in Detroit, which of course is a fairly progressive city, basically would allow for a preliminary process to occur without looking at criminal background. After that process is facilitated and someone gets through that process effectively, they would be able to the criminal history would be able at that point to be considered. However, that criminal history that is able to be considered is somewhat scaled back to account for only the most significant convictions against person or property, as well as those convictions that occurred in most recent years. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, the opportunity to essentially go through a process to rebut as a tenant or a prospective tenant if you feel like you've been wrongly discriminated against, to which the equivalent of CCHR in Detroit would deliberate that process and make that a determination if you were discriminated against. So we believe that would be a process we would encourage the council considering. We're happy to talk about other models as well at a future time.
Next question. Have you heard that the criminal history is a significant prohibitor to housing access here in New York City?
So I think one thing that we really have heard from our membership is that it's not necessarily about ensuring you have the opportunity to reject someone from entering into one of your buildings. It's more about ensuring that you have the ability to abide by the obligation that all landlords have in New York, which is the warrant of habitability, to ensure that you're accommodating all persons in a building. So it's not necessarily about denying someone. We've heard there's very rarely, in at least the membership that I represent, have there been folks who have been denied based off of criminal history. But with that said, we do not acknowledge that this is a real issue that we want to make sure we're solving for. But by and large, ensuring that we're accommodating all tenants, whether they're existing or prospective, is very important.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My question is, obviously, we're all trying to address this housing situation, and I'm convinced that recidivism is reduced if people have housing. I think we can all agree with that. So then the question is, if you are agreeing with that, and I think you do, then are there ways that you think, I know you mentioned Detroit, but here in New York, that you could both understand that there are a need for these individuals? I mean, you heard some today. I know many people have records, and I know that they are hardworking. Obviously, we have individuals who have no record and don't pay their rent and don't, pay their mortgage. It's not just those who have a record. So my question is, can you see some ways in which this bill could make sense, both for you as property owners, co-op representatives, realtors, and at the same time, give the opportunity for those who need. Detroit sounds good. It sounds a little complicated. We're a very big city. We don't have a lot of inspectors, so I don't know the specifics of it. But are there ways that you think we could have some kind of a way of seeing this bill forward, or there's some opportunity for those who need the housing. There is a need for these individuals to get housing.
Yeah, I think, you know, speaking for REBNY at least, we certainly agree that housing access is an issue in New York City. And looking at the most nuanced perspective in terms of how to balance that priority, an important issue with that of building security and public safety, is something that I think we believe can be met. And looking at other models, yes, we're different than Detroit, but I think there is significant evidence based off of what other progressive, large American cities have done to help combat against those who have gone through the criminal justice system or justice involved but have no threat to themselves or others, and how we can ensure that those individuals receive access to housing, while also ensuring that, as I mentioned, we're abiding by the warrant of habitability and ensuring that building safety and security is secure, is ensured.
Thank you.
Councilmember Borelli.
Thank you. My question was nearly identical to Councilwoman Velasquez's to Mr. Manel, but so I'll just make a brief statement. It seems as though the real estate industry in different organizations and entities has been proactive in looking at places like Detroit. New Jersey has a bill which sets up significant restrictions as to who and when a landlord or co-op board can do background checks on a potential renter. So there are opportunities to make a compromise, and I think the industry, in this case, has been the one, whether it's this iteration of the bill or previous iterations of the bill in the last council, who have repeatedly made attempts to compromise and find common ground. And I think that needs to be stated on the record, and I think that needs to be reminded that this is an industry that's acted in good faith on this particular issue and hasn't been just a brick wall. So I needed to be said, and I said it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next council member I'll turn it to is Councilmember Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is like, first of all, do you support the intent of this legislation? The intent.
Much as the City Commission on Human Rights has said, I support a balance of fair housing or housing availability for people who've paid their debt to society, but as a representative of co-ops and condos where we're talking about ownership and we're talking about incoming owners having, in essence, potential access to the funds of the organization and so on, I think that some level of access for the screening of applicants for co-ops and condos is an absolute necessity.
So you are not against the intent of the legislation, but you are seeking significant amendments to the proposed bill, correct?
I'm seeking to absolutely protect the safety, the finances, and the well-being of all tenants in a building, while not opposing fairness in housing.
Thank you.
Majority Leader Keith Powers.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, all three of you, for your testimony. And thank you just for being thoughtful. And I know that we may have some disagreements at this point on the exact point of the bill, but I think all of you have coming at this with a spirit of collaboration and trying to find something that does uphold the intents and purposes. And I want to say, and I just want to respond to something that was just said, all three people sitting on this panel now are people I've had a dialogue and a conversation with around this bill. And whether we agree or disagree at the end game or at this point in time, we all have been acting in the spirit of trying to see if there is a way to move forward with the bill. And that has been the spirit from the beginning, from the bill was introduced to today. It's been always the way I work and the way it's always I operate. And I have pretty strong convictions about the need to tackle housing discrimination in this city, and that's why I'm sitting here today. But I just want to say the spirit in the last few weeks has not been about compromise, and so being told today that there are folks who are compromising and willing to compromise with an allegation that others are not willing to do that, I find to be disingenuous. But I will say that we do have plenty of dialogue and opportunities to talk about ways to do this, and I'm glad that other folks are coming around to the spirit of compromise today and talking about talking about collegiality in a way that hasn't been the spirit in the last few weeks. But I thank the three of you because I think you really have upheld that spirit. To Ryan, I had a quick question for you on the Detroit law. You're saying it's effective, and I've heard a lot about the Jersey law and the Detroit law as being effective in their things. But I think that one concern I have is that they're effective from the standpoint of the people who own the apartments and other property matters, meaning they continue to have an opportunity to screen and to filter. The other side of that equation is housing opportunity and giving people an opportunity to house. Do you have any data about increased access to housing for people with criminal prior conviction or any other data to say it's been successful in terms of offering access to opportunity?
Yeah, we can provide that to you, I think. I mean, obviously we're a trade association. We represent owners and managers. And so our perspective is in the guise of making sure that, you know, we understand where they're coming from. But by and large, the folks that we represent who have a national presence, I think, you know, share the same goal that we're talking about today, which is housing access, right? And by and large, have looked at the models across the country to best engage here in New York City. And I think from that perspective, they have told us that models like Detroit have found the best balance in regards to ensuring that folks who need access might be just as involved in the past, but that therefore have eventually been able to get that housing that they needed, has best been demonstrated in Detroit. But to your point, we can be much more facts-based and data-driven in future conversations and talk further about what we think could be best.
Appreciate that, and I'd be remiss not to ask my high school classmate Melissa a question. Nice to see you again. I find
always a pleasure.
We find ourselves on the other side sometimes, but I appreciate your spirit. I just wanted to ask a quick question because I know that Rebney is talking about the Detroit model. Would you want to speak a little bit about what? Because I didn't hear specifics about what you guys might be. I know you're in the intents and purposes, but what are things that you are seeking?
So Rebney speaks, I think, a lot of times maybe for the big guy. I speak for the little guy. This does include 2 families that are not owner-occupied. I just want to make sure that's on the record. And I think that just for a landlord, it's more about maintaining the property. You know, like you don't want to, like I said, you're not looking to rent to somebody that has had a history of damage to property, or you don't want to put your tenants in a situation where they could have some type of damage. So I think it's, you know, I looked a little bit at Detroit, I've looked at New Jersey. I think it's a great idea to have a look-back period. I think it's a great idea to maybe have just different types of categories. And I mean, there's a lot of issues to this problem, or a lot of issues that cause this problem that have not really so much to do with housing, but maybe other things that we could do as far as funding for other programs. But and looking at more at transitional housing and things like that as well. But I think just more from an owner perspective, a small owner's perspective, is just more of, I don't want to rent to a meth lab. I don't want to rent to somebody that has had you know, issues with regards to people that they've lived with in the past or something like that. Somebody that's been charged with multiple gun charges in the past and so on. Like there are concerns with that.
And just really quickly, I mean, the one thing that's different amongst the Detroit model compared to what other cities have done is the appeals process, which I mentioned earlier, which I think really would help solve for some of the problems and challenges we've heard from the council today, including erroneous criminal background reporting, as well as, to your point, Majority Leader, you know, ensuring there's somewhat of a balance based off of the rights to ensure that discrimination did not happen for those who are trying to find housing, while also creating an appeals process for you know, a landlord to really demonstrate specifically why someone was denied, if they really do find it to be important to do so. So,
thank you, guys. Thanks for testifying.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the next panel. We have Kendra Clark, Robert O'Connor, Logan Ferris, and Jacqueline Simone. It look. It looks like we don't have a couple of our panelists, but you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Williams, Councilmember Powers, and members of the committee for the opportunity to share testimony in support of this legislation. My name is Logan Ferris, and I serve as the political director of Open New York. Open New York is an independent, grassroots, pro-housing nonprofit. New York is in a housing crisis. Our government created the patterns of exclusion and segregation we see today through policies that protect powerful property interests and wealthy homeowners rather than giving tenants more options and power. To create more renter power and combat the exclusionary nature of New York's housing market, we must build more housing, specifically in neighborhoods that have failed to do their fair share to welcome new neighbors, while also protecting potential tenants from discrimination, including justice-impacted individuals. We know that New York's housing crisis disproportionately impacts our most vulnerable neighbors. Unfortunately, formerly incarcerated individuals experience some of the highest barriers to acquiring stable housing, and the competitive nature of our housing market means that landlords can deny housing without consequences. Without housing opportunities, many justice-impacted New Yorkers are forced into our overcrowded shelter system. The Fair Chance for Housing Act is essential to successfully reintegrating these individuals and reducing the number of New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. Housing, or the lack thereof, is at the root of many issues, including recidivism and poor health conditions. Passing the Fair Chance for Housing Act would create a safer and healthier New York. In all, tackling our challenges requires an ambitious, progressive, and holistic approach that both removes barriers to housing growth and protecting tenants from discrimination. If the City Council truly believes that housing is a human right, they will work to quickly pass Introduction 632. Thank you for your time and consideration.
It's a good question, since the chair is busy. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you guys for your support. And obviously, you guys, as Open New York, has been a staunch advocate of building new housing and offering opportunities to that. You know, what I've said all along is that in addition to building new housing and creating opportunities for more people to live here, you also have to take down those barriers. Are there other barriers that you see today in existence that are standing in the way when it comes to housing opportunities for New Yorkers?
Yes, so we are taking a holistic approach to the housing crisis in New York City, and anti-discrimination protections are one of those that we're thinking about a lot more. Specifically, one that's been mentioned today is source of income discrimination and co-op discrimination. And so those are some things that we're also thinking about as well. We also need tenant protections, and then it's important to build a lot more supply in the city to give renters more power.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I think Councilmember Borelli has asked for an upzoning in his district, last I heard, so you guys may want to focus on that.
Great.
It took me 3 years to get 60 houses built. I'm trying.
Well, we'd love to talk to you about that.
Sorry, council members, but before we jump into questions further, we do have one more panelist on this panel, who is on Zoom, Jacqueline Simone.
Hi, may I begin?
You can begin.
Thank you for holding this important hearing. My name is Jacqueline Simone, and I am the Policy Director at the Coalition for the Homeless. We have also submitted written testimony with the Legal Aid Society. We support prohibiting housing discrimination on the basis of arrest or criminal record, and we strongly urge the Council to pass Intro 632 as soon as possible. Homelessness is a tragic outcome for too many New Yorkers who exit prisons and jails, even though stable housing is vital to a successful reentry. The disproportionate impact of over-policing and incarceration on communities of color is one driver of homelessness among impacted Black and Latinx New Yorkers, and this bill would advance racial justice by reducing barriers to permanent housing for a large subset of people currently languishing in shelters and on the streets. With an all-time record number of people sleeping in municipal shelters each night, the city must utilize all available tools to help New Yorkers move into permanent housing quickly, starting with this bill. Discrimination on the basis of arrest or criminal record takes a disproportionate toll on New Yorkers of color because of systemic racism in the criminal legal system. When landlords use background checks, they are overwhelmingly denying the benefits of secure housing, safety, stability, and health benefits to Black and Latinx New Yorkers. This discrimination makes it more difficult for individuals leaving jail or prison to find housing and avoid long-term homelessness. Each year since 2015, more than 40% of people released from state prisons to New York City were released directly to shelters. The connection between incarceration and homelessness is longstanding. Law enforcement that criminalizes homelessness, including encampment sweeps, further fuels a cycle of homelessness and involvement with the criminal legal system. When landlords are permitted to discriminate on the basis of arrest or criminal records, they exacerbate the homelessness crisis at a time when we must make it easier for New Yorkers to find housing, not harder. Intro 632 is an urgently needed tool to help tackle homelessness and improve public safety without involving new public expenditures. In fact, this bill will save tax dollars by ending the prison to shelter pipeline and reducing the need for shelters. If opponents are worried about the safety of children, what about the children whose parents have an arrest or conviction record? Should their entire families be stuck in shelters indefinitely? Shelters that, notably, the same council members who oppose this bill also opposed when they are cited in their districts?
Time has expired.
It is time for the city to finally ban discrimination that deprives people of the stable housing they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next panel. We have Catherine Gerald, Nancy Sicardo, Juanita Lewis, and Nick Peters. I guess we have people who left. Yep. Since this is all in person. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Sicardo. I am a community leader with WCJA Women's Community Justice Association of Special Projects. Women are the nurturers and caregivers in our society, and we need fair access to housing. Fair chance housing is such an important law that it would have made a high difference in my life as I re-entered society. I spent 2 years on Rikers and 2 years in prison. And when I got home, it took me a couple of more years to own my own apartment. Looking for a place to live throughout the whole city was extremely frustrating. Landlords told me straight up that they did not want to take a chance on ex-cons. And let me correct that, formerly incarcerated, or call me by my name, Nancy Sicardo. I used to beg landlords to give me a chance, but it didn't matter. I was demonized because of my conviction. Because I couldn't find my own place, I ended up living with my mother for a couple of more years. It was not a good situation. It was horrible for me. I couldn't think, I couldn't function. It felt like a form of reincarceration, liquid handcuffs. I had to be home at a certain time. I had to let her know where I was going. My mental health and substance use issues is what led me to prison, and not being able to get a home of my own was very damaging for me. I finally found a nice landlord, and he gave me a chance, and I got the first apartment that was my own. I showed and proved I was a good tenant. I made my own repairs, took care of my own place, and paid my rent on time. Because after all, it's all about landlord and tenant disputes in order to maintain an apartment in New York City. I needed a chance. Everyone with a record who served their time deserves that chance, especially the mothers, the daughters, and the sisters who are the anchors of our families and of our communities. My apartment is my home. My apartment is my #1 love. My apartment means stability and sanity to me. My home is my kingdom. It is the throne to the queen that I am, my peaceful place where I feel safe and secure. If you want a woman to be successful in re-entering society, please pass this legislation. Women are coming home from prison wanting to do the right thing, but they don't have a roof over their heads. Housing is a human right, and no one should be discriminated against it because of past conviction. I urge the City Council to support this bill to empower the women and the families. And to represent the unrepresented is a representation of how solid our souls are. Thank you.
Thank you to the Committee on Civil and Human Rights, Chair Williams, Majority Leader Powers, and other council members for this opportunity to testify in support of the Fair Chance for Housing Act, Fair Chance for Housing. My name is Juanita O. Lewis, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Voices Heard. We are the largest Black-led, multiracial organization in New York State, and our members are in support of passing this legislation. The Fair Chance for Housing Act is a tremendous opportunity for the New York City Council to redress decades of state-sanctioned discrimination and racism. I've been organizing in Black and brown communities in New York State for over 13 years. And let me tell you, from my experience, racism is deeply ingrained in our housing systems. Even though it's changed forms, and it certainly didn't end in 1968 with the Fair Housing Act, there are two parallel tales that we know of, but we don't always see how they still are connected. The tale of redlining and the tale of mass incarceration. Beginning in the 1930s, redlining made it nearly impossible for Black families and other redline residents to purchase homes and build wealth. When redlining was prohibited with the passage of the 1968 Fair Housing Act, we began to see the rise of mass incarceration. Unsurprisingly, redline neighborhoods were the first to be policed and incarcerated. It's clear that our mass policing, arrest, and incarceration policies have disproportionately targeted communities of color without actually making us any safer. Let me just say that again. It's clear that our mass policing, arrest, and incarceration policies have disproportionately targeted communities of color without actually making us any safer. And as a result of that, 80% of New York City residents with a conviction today are Black and brown. Today, landlords can no longer discriminate against people based on their race, but they can discriminate based on past convictions, which continues to push our Black and brown community members out of safe and stable housing. They do this under the guise of safety, but we have to ask ourselves, does denying anybody access to housing make us any safer? Landlords and real estate developers have pushed against fair chance housing, saying that it will have a negative impact on our rental properties and that they are concerned about liability, or even though the bill explicitly states landlords will not be liable for following its provisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, please, if you are unable to complete your testimony, please know you can submit written testimony through the council website. We accept written testimony up to 72 hours after the hearing.
I'm turning over to Menard.
I believe have
have
one
another person?
We might. Yes, I believe we have Nick Peters on this panel.
Is that person online?
Yep. Hey, can everyone hear me?
Starting time.
All right, great. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the committee for letting me provide this testimony today. My name is Nick Peters. I'm the policy associate for the Housing Watchdog Group, Housing Rights Initiative. Over 2 years ago, HRI began diverting some of our time and resources to combating housing discrimination. Our organization has educated tens of thousands of people on this issue, and our investigations led to a lawsuit in 2021 against 88 real estate companies for discriminating against Section 8 voucher holders, as well as one this year against 124 companies for discriminating against City Fest voucher holders, the largest for housing lawsuit by defendant size in New York City's history. The Fair Chance for Housing Act will ensure support for a population that deeply lacks any protections in finding housing, which has led to rampant discrimination against people who have served time. This bill is essential for the moral fabric of our city. Those who are formerly incarcerated face too many roadblocks in order to find safe and secure housing, with many ending up in shelters or back in prison. If New York City wants to be tough on crime, it should seek to prevent crime from happening in the first place by ensuring a roof over people's heads. Over 40% of individuals released from state prisons to New York City have gone right into our shelter systems since 2015. Homelessness is not just morally reprehensible, it is fiscally irresponsible. Homelessness increases shelter costs, core costs, law enforcement costs, hospital costs, sanitation costs, unemployment costs, all costs. New York City passing the Fair Chance for Housing Act is a moral necessity. Where do we want the formerly incarcerated to go? These individuals won't disappear and they urgently need homes, just like any other New Yorker. These are New Yorkers who have served their time and should now be integrated back into society. That integration is made much more difficult when the entire housing industry is actively barring these individuals from having a place to call home. This legislation is not just pivotal to reducing crime and the cost of homelessness, it is beneficial to the countless tenants who are being discriminated against, taxpayers, and society as a whole. With all this being said, Housing Rights Initiative would like to voice its unequivocal support for the City Council to pass Intro 632. I thank the committee for their time today.
Thank you. Turn it over to Minority Leader Borelli for questions.
Thank you. I have a question for Executive Director Lewis because she had brought up the Fair Housing Act. And again, this is not a gotcha question. I don't mean it to be. The latest guidance from HUD on applying the Fair Housing Act from 2016 on criminal convictions, a provider must show that there is a demonstrable risk to safety and/or property in order to discriminate based on a previous criminal conviction. Therefore, anyone who's merely convicted of a crime but does not pose or can't be shown to pose a risk of resident safety or property, they already have protections under federal law against discrimination. So in theory, this policy that we're voting on potentially would extend new benefits, and the only class of people right now that are not protected under federal law are those people with criminal convictions and who do or can demonstrably show that they pose a risk of resident safety or property. Why is it, and I'm only asking this because this is the question that people have to us, why is it good policy to add this class of people to those we are not allowed to discriminate against?
So I wouldn't say this is about carving out and protecting a different class of people. You're protecting human beings. And so this is an opportunity for this policy to right wrongs that we've already seen that historically happen in our city. And so when we've already talked about the housing crisis that we are currently in, we're already talking about the fact that you have individuals coming home from being incarcerated that are in need of housing. This is just to me, right, as an organizer and as an executive director, it's a no-brainer to be able to pass this legislation to protect all New Yorkers, regardless of whether or not they were incarcerated or not. This is about protecting human beings and allowing individuals to have housing that they have the right to.
Again, I think if someone can be demonstrably shown to be a threat to property or resident safety, I think perhaps the protecting New Yorkers might be on the side of preventing them from renting an apartment. And I think that's where we disagree. But I have no more questions for you, and thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? No. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Rachel Miller Bradshaw, Myrna Calderon, Hong Yao Chen, and Yan Ling Wagner.
So good morning, Civil and Human Rights Committee and all my fellow elected officials. I am Rachel Miller Bradshaw, the State Committee Woman of the 78th Assembly District. I oppose Intro 632, widely known as the Fair Chance for Housing Act. In fact, even the title of the bill is deceptive in this case. The federal government's Fair Housing Act of 1968 was designed to protect individuals from racial and social discrimination rather than their own behavior, the opposite of this bill's intentions. The New York City Council, I feel, are supporting controversial legislations like Intro 632 without our opinion, essentially taking our voice from us. As the bill stands, it's reckless and needs a lot of work. It jeopardizes the safety of New Yorkers in their own homes under the guise of equity. Most violent criminals in New York City, looking at the data, happen to be African American. And landlords will easily conflate this with the fallacy that the majority of Black New Yorkers are criminals, which they are not. The majority of Black and Latino residents are law-abiding. Absent a criminal background check, landlords around the city are bound to revert into a pattern of racial profiling under the facade of protecting their current tenants and property. We have many profile black elected officials in this city. I see one chairing, but nearly 60% of the homeless households are also black. Our officials believe homelessness is a result of housing discrimination, ignoring the effects of lopsided economic development. Here's some statistics from our own Mayor Adams in 2022 shows that 25% of approximately 1,500 people arrested for burglary committed another felony within 60 days. And according to the National Institute of Justice, almost 44% of criminals released from prison returned within their first year. So to be clear, I wholeheartedly believe in redemption and rehabilitation, but there must be accountability and extended proven history of model behavior for this to occur. I really think that we should stop making black and brown neighborhoods social experiments. And we even take the sponsor of the bill, Keith Powers, who lives in a high-earning neighborhood where to rent in his own building, you have to be able to pay $9,000 monthly. It seems a little hypocritical because 99% of them won't be able to even afford ex-offenders to even live in his neighborhood or his building. So I appeal to this committee, Speaker Adrian Adams and those within the Black, Latino, and Asian caucus to stand with me in voting against this bill in its current state. It needs a lot of work. Thank you. You can go. You press the thing. Press that.
It doesn't look like the other two panelists are here.
Myrna, no, Myrna's here. Go ahead.
Are they?
Yeah, sure. Myrna's here.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay. Thank you, esteemed members of the New York City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to address my concerns over the Fair Chance Housing Act Bill number 632, proposed by Council Member Keith Powers and supported by many of you. My name is Myrna Calderon. I am the board president of one of the largest privately owned and funded cooperatives in the city of New York, located in the Bronx, Fordham Hill Owners Corporation. We just proudly celebrated our 40th anniversary of turning renters into owners, people who look just like me. We are proud to say we are a diverse, multicultural, intergenerational, working class community of various financial means. Our 9 buildings plus one rental building campus prides itself in the safety and security we provide to our shareholders and residents. In fact, it is one of our major selling points. When residents and visitors enter our complex, including the mayor recently, they can exhale and let their guards down. Yes, we have been called the oasis in the Bronx. This bill in its present form will shatter that assurance. Our main job as a cooperative board, as it's been stated before, is to ensure the financial stability of our corporation and the safety of our residents. This bill will prevent this board and other cooperative boards from doing the jobs we were elected to do. We currently rely on criminal and terrorist background checks not to exclude potential residents, but to make a better informed decision. We owe that to our retired seniors to ensure that the person who lives next door to them will be vetted to the best of our ability. We have many single women nurses who work crazy hours that deserve to feel safe when they get home. I have three more lines. When the city talks about affordable housing, we are the definition of that. Indeed, when families are being forced out of Inwood and Washington Heights, they find a safe, affordable place to land at Fordham Hill. We deeply ask you to reconsider your support for this egregious bill that will hurt the very communities, the Black and brown Latino communities you claim to want to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead. You can both sit at the table if you'd like.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you to give me this chance to present myself. So I'm a small landlord from Queens. I have been landlord for like almost 10 years. So in the last 10 years, I never checked any background. 2 years ago, we get a new tenants without checking background again. But those tenants bring a nightmare to my neighborhood. They party day and night. They become very aggressive, nasty to my neighbors. Every day in 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, I get a numerical phone call from my old neighborhoods complaining about them. And meanwhile, I still have to be 24 hours on call for my emergency call for my hospitals. I was very guilty. I tried to help them to keep them out, but there's nothing I can do. I complained to my district attorney, to complain to the police officer, but nothing can help me out. And recently, I find my tenants on the news. They are searched by the upstate police. They have had an open case from Kansas, from Illinois, state of Illinois, and back to 8 years ago, they are arrested. So it was my mistake. I was feel so guilty. During the period of time, I wanted to kill myself. I banged my head to the wall. I'm crying in my car because I bring this nightmare into this neighborhood and it's nothing I can do. I beg to God. I walked through to this whole pandemic as a healthcare professional. I never be so afraid. I try my best to save life because this is my job. And this is a job I'm supposed to do because God picked me for this job. But these tenants destroy my life, almost destroyed the belief of God. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to consider this bill seriously. Please, I'm here today. I'm strongly opposing this bill because as a human being, we are responsible for what we're doing, and we are responsible for what we're taking. As a human being, the God tells us, the gods always help somebody, help themselves first. So please start using the human housing as human right as an excuse. Because as a small landlord, we deserve our human right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your testimony. I think, Councilmember Ariola has a question. No,
Honestly,
are you testifying as well?
Yeah.
I just want to say a
Oh.
You're on the mic.
Hi, thank you very much.
Press the button. Get to it.
Okay, sorry. Hi, thank you very much. My name is Yanin Wagner. I'm just coming here as a community translator and interpreter. I work with the community a lot. I worked with the Mayor Bloomberg before, and I also work with the local community, whoever has a problem. I recently experienced a couple, and an older Chinese couple, who were beaten up by their tenants. And they were in their 80s, and they had no place to go after they got hit and got hurt in the hospital. These are the information that we constantly encounter in the community. So it's important for us to know who is coming to our house. Like I just heard from another council member who just mentioned that we don't want to bring the street crimes to our homes, and we need to protect our seniors and our children, and certainly it's important for the community. I'm not a landlord, but I'm a neighbor, and my neighbor's children are going to the marijuana stores on the same street, and they're constantly having the ambulance coming to the safety, to the neighborhood. So this is very important. It's not just protecting the landlords or the real estate business, it's protecting everyone else. And I certainly very, very, very sympathetic to the people who don't have access to housing. But we should be able to have other ways of solving this problem. But I certainly don't think this Bill 632 is going to solve this problem. And we also, as a homeowner, I think we deserve to have our own human rights also. Like I just see, this is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It should be for all the people. That's what I would like to hear, I'd like to see, and I'm strongly opposing this 632 bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The couple that you mentioned, did they own the home?
Yes.
Okay, so I know there was a little back and forth. I just wanted to reiterate that currently it is, if you are owner-occupied homeowner, you would be exempt. So thankfully, that couple who unfortunately was beaten up, they would have the opportunity to run background checks because they are owners of the home. I know there are concerns that were raised here, and I know that we are really taking those concerns into consideration, but I just want to continue to reiterate, the current components of the bill. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ariola for questions.
I just want to make a statement. I really do appreciate all of you that came in. Why? One, because you have other jobs, and you took the time to come today. You're not a paid advocate. You are residents of New York City, and you are small landlords who have other jobs that have supplement your income by renting out properties. You are the majority of people who will not benefit from this bill as it is written. And you're the people that we need to listen to. You're not part of a larger co-op and condo board or a real estate board. You are a mom and pop shop that runs affordable housing for its tenants, safe, affordable housing. That's what we look for in this city. And that is what you're providing. I want to really thank you for that. And that's why this bill cannot be passed in its current way that is being proposed. And you're also not saying don't pass a bill. You're saying pass a bill that protects us more as small business owners. Yes. So thank you again for coming out, for saying what you've been through. And sir, certainly we can really empathize with what you've been through. And I said earlier, if we pass a bill that protects all people, not just those who need housing, but those who are providing the housing, then we would never have to resort to what you've had to go through. And that's what we're here. We're listening, and we're going to work with Council Member and Majority Leader Powers to make sure that all aspects from all people, from all walks of life, are being heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hold on, more questions. Majority Leader Keith Powers has a question.
No, you know what? In the spirit of time, I'll give up my questions. but
Okay,
thank
just
you guys
give
for
us
testifying.
1 second. I know Councilmember Holden has a question, but we don't have quorum. So Councilmember Holden, if you could just text me your question, please, so I can read it out loud for you. I have my phone in my hand. He doesn't have a question?
I just asked, could we give a second, because Councilmember Holden's at home, and if he can have an opportunity to ask his question.
Yeah.
I love your skirt, look great. Thank you so much.
Just give us 1 second.
Thank you for your patience. If you just give us a couple of minutes.
If this panel, we'll move on to the next panel, but if some of you could stay while we try to reconcile what's happening right now, that would be awesome. So thank you so much for your testimony. If you can try to stay for a little bit longer to see if we can reconcile so that Councilmember Holden can participate. If not, I'll come and talk to you and release you to go about your life. But if you could stay just a little bit longer, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll be calling on Antonio George Renaud, Sebastian Solomon, Julian Morales, and Jorge Renaud.
I did already.
Chair, council members, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come and testify in support of this measure. My name is Jorge Renaud. I am the National Criminal Justice Director at Latino Justice Pro-Def. I don't live in New York, I live in Austin, Texas. I've been out of prison for 15 years now, and I make over $100,000 a year in salary, yet I am homeless. I don't mean to say that I'm unhoused. I don't live in the streets. I'm without a home, denied what used to be the American dream of home ownership, or even of renting an apartment in my own name because of a conviction in 1991 for robbery in Texas. I've been employed since the day I was released in 2008. I graduated from University of Texas with a Master's of Science and Social Work in 2012. I have not had an issue with the CJA system in over 30 years. Well, because of the way our society discriminates against individuals convicted of committing crimes, no matter how distant their history, my salary and position in my community don't matter when it comes to my ability to purchase a home where I can live securely. I can't even be sure of securing rental housing, and I could end up on the streets at any given moment. This is not just a New York problem. This is an American crisis. The Sentencing Project estimates that between 70 million and 100 million individuals in this country have criminal records, and all are subject to discrimination rooted in the idea that once a criminal, always a criminal. Other folks here have made the connection between being unable to rent or buy a home and the worsening mental health and substance abuse issues. Other people have spoken eloquently to the overwhelming evidence that this policy is rooted in racism. What others may not do here today is plead with you to please set a national example. This city's homelessness crisis worsened when our governor decided to score political points by shipping buses full of innocent migrants to the city. He knew full well that the hearts of New Yorkers would not allow these individuals to be left without resources. Texas, and in fact this country, looks to you for humane leadership. I ask that you please make the right choice here today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Solomon, and I'm the Associate Director for Policy for Greater Justice New York at the Vera Institute of Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. Denying people housing makes communities less safe. When individuals with criminal legal system involvement are unable to access housing, they do not disappear. Instead, they face uncertainty and, with limited options, turn to overcrowded, unsafe homeless shelters or life on the street. Despite arguments that admitting people with conviction histories would put other tenants at risk, no evidence connects having a conviction with being a bad tenant. As others have mentioned, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development recently declared that criminal history is not a good predictor of housing success, citing a study that found that the performance of tenants with a criminal history was similar to that of participants without a criminal history. New Yorkers already face significant obstacles in finding a place to live. Affordable housing is in short supply, housing vouchers are scarce, and landlords regularly refuse to rent to voucher holders. Denial of housing based on arrest or conviction compounds these challenges, impacting hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers and their families. Stable housing strengthens communities and improves public safety for all. Housing substantially increases the likelihood that a person returning home will receive support from their family, find and retain employment, and avoid additional convictions. When people re-entering their communities are housed and supported, everyone is safer. We applaud the Council's proposal to bar consideration of a person's involvement in the criminal legal system in most situations. However, we are concerned that housing providers will still be able to deny people on the basis of the seriousness of the offense in limited circumstances. By allowing consideration of this factor, the proposal is likely to result in discrimination against those convicted of more serious offenses. Instead of focusing on the applicant's past, housing decisions should be based on current circumstances relevant to their likelihood of success as a tenant. We therefore call on the Council to swiftly enact this important piece of legislation, but ask it to first strengthen protections where the bill permits continued consideration of justice involvement. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julian Morales, and I'm here on behalf of the New York Civil Liberties Union, NYCLU, as their senior housing strategist to express our utmost support of Intro 632 Fair Transfer Housing Act. I would like to thank the City Council Committee on Civic and Human Rights for hosting this hearing today. We will be submitting our formal written testimony to you all, but we wanted to share some quick remarks about who we are, our history on housing work, and why we support Intro 632. NYCLU is the New York affiliate of the American Civil Liberties Union, a non-for-profit, nonpartisan organization with 8 offices across the state of New York and over 180,000 members and supporters. The NYCLU defends and promotes the fundamental principles and values embodied in the Bill of Rights, the U.S. Constitution, and the New York Constitution through an integrative program of litigation, legislative advocacy, public education, and community organizing. NYCLU has a long history of pushing the envelope on housing issues for decades, from creating the Special Inclusionary Project in 1974 to fighting back the Koch administration on homelessness and creating the Freeze Patrol in the 1980s. Most recently, in 2017, being a litigating partner on the historic settlement at the Broadway Triangle in Brooklyn, which won almost 400 units of affordable housing along with funds to support housing counseling and legal representation. We care deeply about civil rights of the people who have served time in prison. The most important thing we can do for civil rights and public safety is to ensure that every chance at successful reintegration into communities. Denying housing a core civil right that provides stability and sense of community for those with criminal convictions is unjust and counterproductive. Passing the Fair Transfer Housing Act would further racial justice in New York City. Racial inequities across communities of color are seen at every level of the criminal legal system. As a result, today almost 80% of people with conviction records in New York City are Black and Hispanic. We must not allow the racial impacts of the criminal legal system to continue to perpetuate harm to New Yorkers seeking to meet their basic human need. We strongly support this bill, and we hope that you pass it immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Jorge Renaud. Mr. Jorge, from your testimony, it seems like you would agree that once a criminal, not always a criminal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So those who have been rehabilitated, like yourself, should be given a chance at housing, correct?
One, I don't know of any definition of the word rehabilitated that I would accept. And two is that I think everyone should be given a chance.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said that I don't accept the word rehabilitation in any meaningful sense. I don't think that there was something wrong with me that needed to be fixed.
Well, if someone has committed a crime in the past but haven't done anything wrong in the last 15 years...
Hasn't gotten caught, let's say.
I'm sorry?
Hasn't gotten caught.
Hasn't done what?
Being sent back to prison only means that you were caught for doing something.
Hasn't committed a crime in the 15 years.
Okay,
say,
right.
So,
it's a false measure is what I'm saying.
so you agree that it's important for us to see if someone was in fact rehabilitated, meaning they have not committed any crimes in the last 15 years or so, 10 years.
I don't think that it's important to anyone outside of the individual in himself or herself to make that definition. I don't think it's important for you or anyone else to decide whether or not I have been rehabilitated based on whether or not I have come into contact with the criminal justice system. Because there are one of the reasons that New York has such a high recidivism rate is because they have a high parole revocation rate. They send a lot of people back to prison for technical violations that are not breaking the law.
Okay, so, but if this bill passes, you understand that we can't even know that because the landlord would not be allowed to even check whether somebody has been committing crimes in the last year or two.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that under this bill, but I don't think it makes a difference whether or not one has been or has not been.
I understand, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff, for helping me chair. Is there any other questions for the panel? No, nobody's here. It's just me, Councilmember Vernikoff. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Mary Conway Spiegel, Melinda Thaler, Yatin Chu, and Susan Lee. You can get started whenever you're ready.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Melinda Thaler. I'm a board member of the West Side Community Organization, a member organization of Upper West Siders advocating for issues of community betterment, and I'm also a professor of regulatory law. I'm also a victim of violent crime, and that is a title I will carry for the rest of my life. Screening housing applicants is essential because it minimizes imposing my life sentence on others just like me. In other cities, laws that prohibit criminal background checks for housing carve out particular categories of crime that have high risk of repeat offenses, and the laws allow background checks for only those specific crimes. In those jurisdictions that carve out high-risk categories of crime, applicants are given an opportunity to present evidence of rehabilitation and other information pertinent to the nature and severity of the conviction. New Jersey and Detroit are two examples. Introduction 632 has a narrow exemption for sex offenses, but no other exemptions, nothing for arson, murder, burglary, and other crimes. These are glaringly absent from the bill that the council is now considering, and that is a major reason why the bill should not be approved. What's more, these criminal background bans have been tried in the employment context, and they have failed and wound up hurting the very communities they are trying to help. Studies overwhelmingly show that when decision makers are blocked from knowing anything about an applicant's criminal background, they resort to making their own assumptions. They look at gaps in employment history or residency and wonder, what does this gap represent? Without the ability to answer this question, employers assume the worst and resort to racial profiling. Two leading professors of social justice and policy development hold up these exact kinds of criminal background bans as failures where legislators have neglected to think through how the laws will affect those whose behaviors they are trying to control. They say that while the aim is to give people with a criminal record a greater chance, and I quote, unfortunately, laws without lookbacks have failed, and studies have discovered that these laws have the undesirable, 20 seconds, effect of reducing employment opportunities for low-income, low-skilled Black and Hispanic men by approximately 14%. Let's not make the same mistake for housing that was already made in the employment context. I urge you to vote against this bill in its current form. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Conway Spiegel. I'm a resident at an apartment in Lower Manhattan. I handed out photographs of a resident in our building who is terrorizing us currently. Here's some data. NYPD has been on site at our location 32 times. I have 22 pages of documentation of this gentleman terrorizing our building, assaulting owners, punching people, and ruining the property. There is a picture of glue, spray glue he put in a common fire door. I guess my question about 0632 is this: where's the structure that is going to support these that is going to support these people? I don't see any infrastructure. I don't see any scaffolding at all. There was questions asked about how is this going to be policed? How is this going to be executed going forward? How is it going to be supported? I mean, who is supporting these people as they move into housing? This gentleman, who is currently been arrested at least 12 times, is being supported by the city. This has been going on since 2019. It is now 2023, and the city tries to get APS to come to our location to give him mental support so he can go to mental health court. But nothing is happening. So there is currently no support in a situation where a criminal is in our building there is no support for the owners and the residents, how in the world is 632 going to be supported when we can't even get rid of someone in our building who is committing crimes?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you, Councilmember Ina Vernikoff. Unfortunately, I don't see Keith Powers still here, the majority leader. I wish he was still here listening to our testimony.
He has a joint hearing. He's literally next door.
Okay, well, hopefully he can listen to our testimony because we're here at 2 o'clock and I signed in a little before 9 a.m. My name's Yatin Chu. I'm president of Asian Wave Alliance. I'm here to urge council members to oppose Intro 632. New Yorkers have the right to feel safe in their homes, and our laws should protect residents from known risk in a fair and transparent manner. Asian New Yorkers have the highest home ownership, 42% in New York City, 50% in Queens, 77% in Staten Island. If passed, this will affect Asians disproportionately in New York City. Many Asian families own multifamily homes that they rent to supplement their income and consider as their nest egg for retirement. These are not the 1%ers. These are working class families who struggle to make mortgage payments, pay taxes, and expenses for upkeep. Not only have homeowners and small landlords have been distressed and harmed by pro-tenant policies made worse in the past 3 years, they are now put in danger of living upstairs from possible dangerous criminals. Intro 632 is another attack on all of us. Our electeds continue to prioritize the lives of convicted criminals over the safety of hardworking New Yorkers. This is a deceptive bill. The reality is that landlords don't live in the buildings that they rent out. We, as neighbors, as the community members, bear the brunt of the harm. This is a safety concern for all the residents who share the same entrances, elevators, and laundry rooms with neighbors who've had a violent criminal history. After a long day of braving our streets and subways, we all deserve the right to come home to a place of safety and security. 632 in its current form threatens to take that away. We call on the city council members to pass responsible laws that protect New Yorkers, not put more of us in harm's way. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have questions, Councilman Vernikoff? Thanks for your testimony. And I just want to say, I hear what you're saying, and housing in New York City is so complicated. I have so many friends who have tenants who are harassing them that don't have criminal records, and they have trouble getting rid of those tenants because, unfortunately, our laws do favor tenants most of the time. And so I recognize what you're saying. I don't necessarily think getting rid of this bill is going to address the issue that you have. I think we have to be comprehensive in our approach and also think about ways to protect homeowners, condo owners, folks who are in co-ops that do have members and residents that are causing a whole bunch of chaos. And so I hear that. It's actually something that my office has been working on because I actually have majority homeowners in my district. I do not have a lot of tenants in my district. And so I'm very sensitive to issues that small property owners have. And so I just wanted to kind of mention that to you, that this bill, I get what you're saying. You want to kind of, from your perspective, you want to sort of limit sort of what are you saying?
No, you're misunderstanding me. The first thing I think about is the only power that I have left on behalf of the people in my building is a criminal background check, because the system of trying to help this man in a progressive way to get social services, to go to mental health court, to not go to jail, because he probably shouldn't go to jail. But it seems like the only tool I have now on behalf of the people in my building is a criminal background check. Other than that, we've spent almost 4 years doing all the right things. APS, counseling, health, court.
Right, and so all I'm saying is, I get what you're saying, you're talking about support and services for folks who are struggling with something, maybe mental health, et cetera. And so
So I want a criminal background check for the next
I know,
person.
and all I'm saying to you is I hear that, and I think there are other things that the city can do to support what you're saying that does not necessarily have to do with criminal
But
background
that's not
checks.
what happens on the ground.
I hear
I'm
you.
sorry.
I hear
It's
you.
like a restaurant. You guys are front of the house. The back of the house is a whole nother
So
thing.
that's what I'm saying. I hear you. And so while we try to reconcile this bill, all I'm saying is there are other measures that are currently not in place that would also get to what you're saying that have nothing to do with this bill. I just mentioned to you that I have people who own homes who have tenants that are harassing them, that are very problematic, and they don't have any type of criminal backgrounds, and they still have trouble and fears of safety. And so all I'm saying is I get what you're saying, and I think there is a comprehensive approach that is needed that does not just deal with criminal background checks, but the housing system as a whole. So thank you so much for your testimony. I think we have one more person that's testifying.
Can I just
yes,
respond?
right
because
after
okay.
after the person testifies, because I didn't even realize that you didn't testify.
I testified already.
She did.
It's you. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
you.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Williams, and thank you, Councilmember Vernikoff. My name is Susan Lee. I'm the founding president of the Alliance for Community Preservation and Betterment. I am a resident of Lower Manhattan. I am a constituent of Christopher Marte, who has refused to meet with me when I have expressed my concern about this legislation. Our housing system is certainly needs reform, but we repeatedly overshot the runway in those efforts. Intro 632 is a perfect example. On the surface, this bill would seem like a laudable attempt to address housing and discriminatory practices. However, as currently written, this bill would do neither. Instead, it could destabilize the housing market and harm the most vulnerable. Earlier this morning, some council member had asked questions about criminal background checks and the percentages of discrimination in the ban-the-box employment. According to a study in 2018 in the Journal of Labor Economics, ban-the-box studies have shown that Black men's chances of being hired has decreased by 5.1% and Hispanic men by 2.9%. On the flip side, when more information are available, such as credit and drug tests, the employment prospects improve. I fear that this legislation, should it become law, will increase the discrimination of Black and Hispanic men because of the pretense that they might be involved in the criminal justice system. And some of the other issues that others have brought up, such as shortage of housing, crowded shelters, these are the things that the government should be doing. It shouldn't be upon private property owners to resolve these issues. Lastly, with conclusive collaborative dialogue, the needs of all parties could be addressed. I urge the City Council to be bolder and more comprehensive. A better bill is possible if you just took the time to write it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment in response?
Yeah,
Thank
30
you for
seconds.
your sentiment. Obviously, it's clear that there are things that are being carved out, such as sex offenders, right? And we recognize that there are certain crimes that we don't want to bring into our residences. There are many others. I want to just cite an instance that is very real. We have Chinese landlords that have predominantly a Chinese building in the Lower East Side. He or she should know if someone that they're putting in the building has a history of being convicted for anti-Asian hate crimes. Why is that not considered? I mean, there's assaults, there's so many violent history of people that can come in. Yes, there are some that are rehabilitated and have not committed, and those should be given a chance. But there are also ones that have repeat offenses that actually bring a lot of harm to their neighbors and their community. This bill does not address that. This bill addresses sex offenders. That's great. But you know what? What about everything else that people living in that building should be concerned about and will be concerned about? As Councilmember Holden rightfully said, we do a lot of checks to protect our children in schools. They spent 8 hours in school and we protect them. They spend the other hours at home. Where are we in protecting the kids that return home? Shouldn't they be safe? Shouldn't they be free from criminals? I think these are common sense things that need to be written into the law. And we need you as representatives to really take the time and go through these concerns and address them in this law, and not just be bleeding hearts for people that, yes, some of them do deserve second chances, but there are ones that really are violent, are evil, and are repeating offenses that will cause harm to law-abiding citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I respectfully disagree with some of the things you said, but I just want to reiterate, this is the purpose of a hearing. So you are able, I've given you extra time to talk about your opinion because we do value everyone's opinion, and we do want to hear those concerns and efforts to make sure that this bill doesn't have a lot of the unintended consequences that you so eloquently discussed. So I just want to say, like, this is a part of the process of listening. So, you know, a bill is introduced, but a part of that is hearing from people, hearing your opinion about the bill, working with the bill sponsors to then make perhaps whatever amendments may or may not make sense. So I just wanted to kind of empower you that this is why we hold hearings, is to hear from people, all sides.
Thank you. We'll now call Wendell Walters, Shamika France, Douglas Powell, and Pastor Carl Garrison. You can go ahead.
That's me. Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to the chair. I know he's not here, but thank you to Councilmember Powers for his leadership on this issue. My name is Wendell Walters. I'm the manager of policy and advocacy with the Osborne Association. Similar to the Fortune Society, we do criminal justice service and policy through our programs. Osborne is one of the oldest and largest organizations of this type in the state, serving 10,000 participants each year. Osborne is also a proud member of the Fair Chance for Housing campaign as a service provider. We understand the reentry obstacles that returning citizens face. We work with people reentering every day, and we know that having a place to call home provides a level of stability they so badly need. As been stated several times today, there are 750,000 New York City residents, 11% adult population, who are effectively locked out of the hunt for housing altogether because they have an arrest or conviction record. The prison and jail populations, as many of us know, in New York State have dramatically reduced in the last 20 years, and each year since 2015, as Jackie was saying earlier, more than 40% of those released from prison enter the New York City shelter system. We believe housing stability is a matter of public policy and public safety. People are most vulnerable after release, and being unhoused can impact all aspects of their life. They're also at risk of ending up back in jail and prison and forced to navigate street life and unsafe shelters. We as a city must create more supportive housing, transitional housing for the previously incarcerated. We also must create greater access to public housing and prevent the private housing market from unfairly discriminating against those with a conviction history. New York City has always been, if I have a couple seconds, New York City has always been a city where it's difficult to find an affordable place to live, and that's just for the average New York City resident. It's many more times difficult for a person with a conviction record. Landlords routinely disqualify these individuals, even though we know that a prior conviction does not correlate to whether or not you are a successful tenant. We can't, of course, avoid the racial impact of this practice. 80% of those with conviction histories in New York City are black and brown. How can we as a city exempt all these people, 750,000 people, from an opportunity to find a place to call home. We support Intro 632. We call on the City Council to pass Intro 632 as soon as possible. Thank you.
Am I on? I want to thank the City Council for this opportunity. It's really appreciative. My name is Carl Garrison. I'm the Minister of Homeless Outreach at the Manhattan Church for the past 30 years. And I've seen a lot of trends working with the populations who are unhoused and also for those who have conviction records. And as a member of the faith community, I just have to speak from that lens. And I believe this is a moral issue. I've recognized all the testimony and the concerns, but this indeed is a moral issue. Our New York City is in a crisis right now of homelessness, lack of affordable permanent housing, and a lack of access to that kind of housing. And conviction records of those formerly incarcerated are being used as a barrier. And we've heard before the numbers, the staggering thousands of New Yorkers, hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers have conviction records, and they're black and brown, and they're being re-traumatized, re-stigmatized, and discriminated against in concern for housing. And this is indeed a moral issue. And I just, I said it earlier today at the rally, the absence of faith is not doubt, it's certainty. And I'm just kind of astounded, quite frankly, at how certain the opposition is to know the outcomes of those who want housing in the future. I don't have that ability. I'm amazed that people say, oh, right? You feel me on that? And so I'm concerned about that. That is a lack of faith, quite frankly. And I just wanted to say this last piece, as a member of the faith community, we want to work in partnership with the City Council and with New York. We have communities that we welcome, brothers and sisters. We believe in strong communities, loving communities who affirm our brothers and sisters who've been incarcerated. So this is not a one-off. We want to work in tandem with you. Amen.
Well, happy Thankful Thursday. I appreciate this opportunity to the council and everybody, the landlords and the people that stand and they moving in this movement. So me, I was released from prison in the middle of a pandemic. And I applied for 160 plus apartments. But it wasn't until I got the opportunity for the landlord to see me for not the thing that I did, but the person who I was, that I was able to continue on my life as a productive member of society. Today I work for Women Prison Association, the longest organization in the field of serving women in justice and families in New York City. I have provided thousands of fentanyl test strips and Narcan to the citizens of this great city. I work with organizations like Osborne and Fortune Society and WCJA and the door, and to keep the doors open and help the people that was in a place of darkness see light, to live a life that's worth living, to be a catalyst of change. I pray that y'all really see the impact and the need to have stable housing, so I can have that clarity, so I can have moments of magnitude that can help the people in my community. I mean, it's already barriers with just coming home and your credit is messed up. But having that light and having the peace to move forward is so essential. Thank you.
My name is Douglas Powell. I'm a vocal New York leader of the homelessness and the Civil Rights Union. I've been incarcerated for 34 years. I was forced to come homeless when I came out of prison. They took me to a shelter in shackles like I was coming off the slave ship, like I was a slave or something. I had shackles and handcuffs on, going to the shelter. I'm being released, but I still got on shackles and handcuffs. This is not about felonies. It's about race. It's about black people. You see them Asian people that I just was talking? I live in Rico Park now. That is the racistest neighborhood I've ever been in. And there's nothing but Asians in there. If you go in a store, they will follow you around like you're getting ready to steal something. So that garbage that they was talking up here, because that's all it was garbage. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want black people to live in black people's neighborhood. Because it's not their neighborhood, because they from China, Hong Kong. We from New York. This bill has got to be passed. It got to be passed so that other people can live better. All New Yorkers need a permanent house to live. Not just white people, not just Asian people, but all people. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't for Unlock New York City, I would still be in that shelter. I was in the shelter for 3.5 years, fighting to get out. And they wouldn't let me out. And the only reason why I got the charge that I got is because the judge, Judge Walsh, P50, Kings County, told me he didn't want to hear nothing I had to say. And if I go to trial, I was going to blow. So where did that leave me? I had to plead guilty, or I wouldn't even be speaking to y'all right now. So I was forced to get a crime. I was forced to be a felon. Just like most black people that go into the system. Because as soon as you go into the system, ain't no real way out for you because you ain't got no money. And the lawyer they gave me was a prosecutor. She was supposed to be a defense lawyer, but she was the DA. Didn't believe a word I said, even though everything I said and showed her was the truth. Then they came back and said, this is what we're going to do for you. We're going to give you 2.5 years, but you got to plead guilty right now. And we're going to let you go home. But they never let me go home. Even though I pleaded guilty, they made me go upstate and take all these programs that I successfully completed. And while I was upstate, I saved 3 white people's lives that they never talk about. But they still hit me at the parole board. But I saved 3 people's lives up in the prison system. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for your testimony. I just want to acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Aviles.
Oh, okay. My namesake, almost. He just missing the 2 L's.
Thank you. We'll now call the next panel. Thank you so much. Next we have Anna Shpilkovskaya, Christopher Leon Johnson, Maria Danzillo, and Edward Klein.
I just want to thank everybody for your patience. I know you've been waiting a long time to testify, and for the folks virtually, we will come to you in one panel. After the next panel, we'll go to the virtual room. So just wanted to thank everybody so much for your patience.
Ready?
You can go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. First off, let's say thank you to every council member that was here. Thank you to the current members that are here right now, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Powers, Mrs. Alibis. Thanks to everybody that came here before. I know it's a long day, so we want to go. I know, long day, me too. So first off, I want to say that this opposition to this bill 632 is not a Republican matter. I heard this morning from Carmen de la Rosa. She said that's a GOP matter. That's not a GOP matter. I'm a registered Democrat. I voted for Kathy Hochul on the Working Families line in the general election against Lee Zeldin, and I'm opposed to the bill. This is not a Democratic matter. This is not a working family, conservative, or Republican matter. This is a human matter. Human lives matter. I'm opposed to this bill because I care about the lives of the law-abiding citizens of NYC. Law-abiding citizens should be living next to non-rehabable criminals. If this bill is passed, it'll have dire consequences to the law-abiding tenants and that rent the properties, and the law-abiding homeowners and the landlord that own the properties. People will have a higher chance of getting seriously hurt or even killed if this bill get passed. I know there's members here that have families, they have kids, they have wives, they have brothers, they have sisters. I have a niece. And if you care about them, you wouldn't vote for this bill. I know this bill have like over 30 sponsors. Like, you know, you need 26. I know I can't convince all of them to go get this bill, but I know I could convince at least 10 to go get this bill, because if 10 goes against this, this won't get passed to the city council. So I just hope that 10 members that see this testimony from everybody that's opposed this bill goes against this. And thank you for having me out here. I really appreciate it. And just please vote against this bill. I'm opposed to it. This is a bad bill. And thank you for everybody. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Majority Leader, and thank you for having us here. I hope everybody's good. One of the advocates for the Child Victims Act from a few years ago. It passed. It's been a very long time in passing, and I understand that majority of the City Council supported it privately. So that increases the penalties for past crimes against children, and many of you were supportive of it, which we really appreciate. I understand that there are a lot of people who have been incarcerated sitting in this room, and they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect as human beings. And we really, the society appreciates you that you have come out and recovered, and you put in the effort to do that. At the same time, I am afraid of committing a crime because there are consequences for that. I was raised with fear of committing a crime, and I have military in my family. I'm friends with cops. Just hugged one yesterday. But at the same time, I really care about the society, but I also care about safety. So there has to be a balance in a better written bill. If you will pass a bill, it should be better or considered to have the words that allow the 90% of landlords who do backgrounds and people to be safe in conducting their business in a way that they feel comfortable, because they do not want to be marginalized. And the victims of child sex abuse that just had the bill passed to support them want to feel safe as well. So I am asking the body to consider a rewritten bill, just like I advocated for the Child Victims Act.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I will now call the next panel.
Thank you. Next, we will be calling Alexandra Doherty, Lauren Velez, Annette Tomlin, Audrey Johnson, and Samantha Ballack.
Again, thank you so much for your patience. I wish there was a way to expedite these hearings, but I don't think there is.
I do.
Hi, you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alex Doherty. I'm a senior staff attorney and policy counsel of the Civil Justice Practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. So first of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak today in support of removing barriers to permanent affordable housing for all New Yorkers. At PDS, we see how our clients who are moving out of the shelter system or relocating due to an eviction proceeding are forced to spend months looking for new stable housing, during which time they face eviction or extended stays in the shelter. For many of our clients, housing options are even further limited by an arrest or conviction. these clients are also ineligible for federally subsidized housing, which is allegedly the housing of last resort. By shutting people out of the city's limited affordable housing stock, discriminatory background checks prevent people from stabilizing their families and perpetuate cycles of homelessness. Therefore, BDS enthusiastically supports Intro 632 as an important first step towards guaranteeing equal access to housing. We urge the Council to pass the bill in its current form. Altering the bill by creating a ban-the-box system or by carving out specific offenses or look-back periods would permit discrimination to continue unchecked on the basis of a conviction or arrest. I'll just speak briefly about ban-the-box system. The city's Fair Chance Act, which the administration spoke about earlier, is an example of the ban-the-box law in the employment context. And in our experience, employers routinely violate this law by failing to conduct the required analysis or by issuing a boilerplate denial without considering folks' mitigating evidence. We've also seen some large companies who choose to violate the law because they decide that a violation is less costly than complying with the process. We also see how this process has a chilling effect on our clients who are seeking employment, but give up on the process because of confusion or delay. So we think that a similar model in the housing context would be equally ineffective at overcoming bias against folks seeking housing with conviction or arrest history. And I see I'm out of time, so I'll just direct the council to our written testimony with more extensive comments. Thank you so much.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Lauren Velez, and I'm the Associate Director for New York at the Corporation for Supportive Housing, or CSH. CSH's mission is to advance solutions that use housing as a platform to deliver services, improve lives of vulnerable people, and build healthy communities. We're deeply committed to sustaining and increasing access to permanent housing solutions, especially for folks who are highly impacted by homelessness, like individuals involved in the justice system. We have a 30-plus year track record of innovation investment in New York City as a nonprofit and a CDFI. We know that there are massive barriers to obtaining housing for folks experiencing homelessness in New York City, and these barriers are even more prominent for those community members who have histories of incarceration. Maintaining practices that push people further away from obtaining safe, affordable housing only perpetuates cycles of institutionalization, trauma, and involvement in crisis systems. Formerly incarcerated people are nearly 10 times as likely to experience homelessness as the general public. Being unable to access housing forces people into unstable, uncomfortable situations at best, and dangerous, sometimes illegal situations at worst. Fair Chance for Housing is a step in the direction of dismantling these barriers so that people can find a home and start to rebuild their lives. We encourage Council to take this step and be a part of change that will significantly impact the homelessness crisis in our city and expand affordable housing access to people who are justice involved. We know that housing, particularly supportive housing, helps reduce recidivism. The Frequent Users Systems Engagement, or FUSE initiative, was piloted by CSH in collaboration with New York City over a decade ago. This program identified folks who were high utilizers of jail, shelter, and healthcare systems, assisted them in obtaining housing and stabilization through engagement and services. The FUSE pilot was proven to significantly decrease shelter, hospital stays, and jail stays, which resulted in an overall reduction of costs related to these services. In other words, housing works. It stabilizes lives, reduces crime, and makes communities healthier. There's no evidence that supports the idea that someone with a criminal history is more likely to be evicted or be a bad tenant. I know I'm out of time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to spotlight the fact that homelessness, law enforcement interaction, and incarceration all impact Black and Latinx communities at highly disproportionate rates. Historically, racist systems and practices have perpetuated generational cycles of poverty and overrepresentation of minority populations in crisis systems. This comes at a high cost, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining these crisis systems, high ED use, as well as the cost of housing somebody in jail and prison is far higher than the investment that would take to get folks housed. Those are the costs for taxpayers. The other costs are paid by folks experiencing homelessness themselves. They are far more likely to have unaddressed physical and behavioral health issues, at higher risk for infections and complications, and being subject to violence. Continuing business as usual only guarantees that we will continue to perpetuate harm and penalize people who have already paid their debt. Thank you.
Is this on? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annette Tomlin, and I am a vocal leader, and I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. The issue that I have, okay, even though I am in support of this bill, is that how do we allow a person that has already served their time become more of a functional part of society if we don't give them an opportunity to get housing and employment? Being in prison and doing your time, showing a repentance, you shouldn't have to carry that for the rest of your life. And if you want to speak about criminal, let's do a background criminal of the history of everything that United States did that's unjust. Thank you.
Yes, short and sweet.
To the point.
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. Really appreciate it, and really, really appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now shift over to witnesses who are remote. If you are in person here and you wish to testify, please make sure to fill out a slip with the sergeants. Right now we will be calling Edward Klein, followed by Blandon Kaznave, and then Robert Altman. Edward, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you very much. May I start?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Edward Klein. Good afternoon. Thank you for conducting this hearing and hearing simple New Yorkers out. I'm a managing member of a law firm with offices in Manhattan and Brooklyn, and I have lived in this beautiful city of ours for over 60 years. I'm here to discuss the proposed statute intro 632 before the committee. Respectfully, my heart goes out to some of the people that have spoken this morning. But the bottom line is that the civil rights nature of this proposal should really focus on the hundreds of thousands, frankly, millions of tenants that will be adversely affected by the law. The committee members believe, I understand, in the effort to protect those who have been through the criminal justice system and want to give them a second chance. But this wholesale forbidding any background checks of any sorts on anyone simply ignores the rights of every tenant in the city to live safely and soundly in their homes. Please don't ignore the 50,000 signatures and negative comments and negative emails when the statute was brought up approximately a year and 3 months ago. The public has spoken regarding this proposal, and that public outcry needs to be taken into effect and taken into consideration by those who represent their constituents. This is not a landlord-tenant issue. It has nothing to do with landlord-tenant. It's simply a human rights issue where you have to balance the rights of a few, yes, the rights of a few, those who have been incarcerated have rights, against the rights of the million-plus tenants to live free and live safely. Please consider also the huge increase in violent crime over the past 2 years. I'm not implying that these people are necessarily part of that, but the crime wave that has occurred over the past year, year and a half, is partly because of the wholesale pell-mell changes that were made to the criminal justice system by the New York State legislature approximately 2 years ago.
Time expired.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you very much. Please vote the bill down and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Blandon Kaznave, followed by Robert Altman, and then Terry Davis Merchant. Blandon, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The first line of a New York Post article reads, an 8-year-old boy is fighting for his life after accidentally shooting himself in the head with an illegal gun in his Bronx home on Monday, and his father was charged in connection with the tragedy. The father mentioned here was housing an illegal gun and actually had a history, had a violent criminal background. This does not imply at all that all people who have a past criminal background would result in this kind of risk to life, but the fact is that it does happen. And in our co-op community, we've dealt with this firsthand. And we know that the screening process is our first line of defense in keeping all of our residents safe. Fordham Hill is a historic Tower in the Park community, and it's been established after decades of research that Tower in the Park communities have an increased risk to safety and an increased incidence of crime. Right now, we incur a de facto tax by also employing 30 security guards to ensure the safety of all residents in our community. What's ironic about this is that this bill does not take into account architecture type. It provides an exclusion for 1 and 2 family homes that are owner occupied, but the type of buildings that actually have a greater risk to crime and safety to all are not excluded. Fundamentally, also, why are co-op owners who themselves may own 1 unit, why are they excluded? Well, what I've found in my history is that, in the history in serving on this co-op board, is that it's the owners who want to sublet their apartment that actually provide rents that are below the levels even of affordable housing. The family and friends that I have in other boroughs also provide housing at affordable, at lower rates than
Time
affordable
expired.
housing. We have a right to know. We have a right to know. We have a right to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Altman, followed by Terry Davis Merchant, and then Hilton Webb Jr. Robert, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Thank you. I'm Robert Altman. I represent the Queens and Bronx Building Association. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I have submitted the testimony already, so I won't be reading from it. I'll hopefully keep this briefer than the 2 minutes. I would like to say that this bill is not fleshed out. It's not even close to being fleshed out. There are major inconsistencies within it, and I really don't think it's a serious effort to attempt to do justice to the matter. However, this is a first hearing. The problem is often after a first hearing, the next time the bill has a hearing is when there's a vote. I would like the committee to promise to the public, not just our association, that once there is a full bill that fully represents what people are seriously contemplating, that there would be a hearing on that as well. That's what is appropriate and proper for an issue of this magnitude. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you. Next, we will move to Terry Davis Merchant, followed by Hilton N. Webb, and then Webb Jr., and then Darren Mack. Terry, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the Civil and Human Rights Committee. My name is Terry Davis Merchant, and I'm Program Director, Housing and Homelessness at Trinity Church Wall Street. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today to express our full support of the Fair Chance for Housing Act, Intro 632, to end housing discrimination on the basis of arrest or criminal record in New York City. Trinity Church Wall Street, an Episcopal church, has a congregation of more than 1,600 parishioners that represent all 5 boroughs and form an ethnically, racially, and economically diverse congregation. Guided by our faith and our values, Trinity Church is a strong supporter of the Fair Chance for Housing Act. We believe it is critical to break the cycles of mass incarceration, mass homelessness, and housing instability for countless New Yorkers. A landlord's legal ability to deny housing based on one's criminal record has far-reaching impacts on the lives of both justice-involved individuals and their families. Conviction-based housing discrimination often forces those leaving jail and prison to enter into the shelter system. It also dramatically reduces their ability to reconnect with their families and rebuild their lives, undermining financial stability, upward mobility, and opportunities to build wealth for their families and future generations, despite the fact that they have paid their debt to society. Even long after an individual's incarceration, conviction-based housing discrimination often haunts justice-involved New Yorkers for the rest of their lives, an unjust form of perpetual punishment. Further, as shown by a recent New York City Speaks survey, New Yorkers recognize that access to safe, stable housing and reducing homelessness are criticals for making the city safer. Simply put, housing discrimination on the basis of an individual's criminal record perpetuates the cycle of homelessness and poverty and does not make our communities safer. We commend Councilmember Powers and the 30 other council members who have signed on as co-sponsors, and you for your leadership and courage to support this critical measure. We urge
Time
the city
expired.
and the City Council to work with City Hall to finalize and enact this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call Hilton Webb Jr., followed by Darren Mack, and then Maria Danzillo. Hilton, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
All right, good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Hilton N. Webb Jr., and I appear here today in support of intro number 632, the Fair Chance for Housing Act. To both my supporters and my detractors, I will start with one question. What must a person do to repay their debt to society? I spent 27 years, 9 months, and 3 days in prison since November 13, 1989. I was freed from incarceration on August 16, 2017, and since then I have acquired a Master's of Social Work degree from Lehman College, passed my license exam on my first try, and am now a licensed Master of Social Work and a KSTAT-T, working as a harm reduction mental health counselor. Some of you might be amazed and some aghast, but the Department of Corrections and Community Services, the Office of Professional Discipline of the United States Department of Education, Lehman College of CUNY have all determined through various both rigorous and onerous examinations that I am a person of good moral character. I have a credit score of 745 and rising. I have a job, and yet I am unable to secure a permanent place to live because of something I didn't even do in 1989. I'm not here to redress that injustice, but today's injustice, wherein people with criminal legal histories are subjected to discriminatory practices which unreasonably extends our punishments far past a reasonable expiration date. It is both difficult and invasive to obtain an apartment in New York City already, with landlords and realtors requiring complete tax form, including all W-2s, 12 months of bank statements, 4 pay stubs, a salary which is 40 times the monthly rent, and an application fee so they can pay an incompetent company to do a background check. I work every day and return home to supportive housing with the Fortune Society, and I'm one of the lucky ones. I stand before you to ask, what about my sisters and brothers who aren't as fortunate as I? I beg you to level the playing field. Pass intro number 632 this year simply because how long must our punishment continue to satisfy your unreasonable need for restitution?
Time expired.
Thank you for your time and attention. Now, please get to work.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Next, we will call Darren Mack, followed by Maria Danzillo, and then Jacob Schrader.
Thank you, Chair Williams, Majority Leader Powers, and all of the committee members for holding this hearing today. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda, which is a member-led organization dedicated to organizing people and communities directly impacted by incarceration to achieve decarceration and system transformation. You know, we believe in fairness and justice. Unfortunately, for far too long, new Jim Crow practices like housing discrimination against people with past convictions has continued to be a roadblock for successful re-entry into society. How can we say we live in a fair and just city when a person has paid their debt to society and we keep punishing them? How can we say that the housing system in our city is a fair system if some of the most marginalized people are legally discriminated against? Unfortunately, we know that there still are some people who discriminate against people due to their race. However, we cannot end racial discrimination in housing if we don't end conviction record discrimination. Given the well-documented overrepresentation of people of color in our criminal legal system, denying people housing based on conviction records is often a proxy for denying people based on race. That is how the new Jim Crow works. For those, our city has an opportunity to move our city towards fairness and justice. The Fair Chance for Housing Act can address this new Jim Crow practice in our city. So we urge City Council to pass this bill in its current form so that we can move our city a step closer to a just and fair society. And I'll be submitting my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Maria Danzillo, followed by Jacob Schrader, then Chien Kwok.
Starting time.
Looks like we do not have Maria on the Zoom at this point, so we'll move to Jacob Schrader, followed by Chien Kwok, and Ann Korchak.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacob Schrader. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay. I've been a landlord for 44 years. I have managed rooming houses. I have managed other multiple dwellings. I have managed student housing. I've owned these buildings. I also possess a master's degree in public administration with a concentration in regulatory affairs. And I am here to speak on behalf of not the 750,000 homeless or convicted people, but on behalf of the other 8,750,000 who stand to suffer greatly. The arguments that I have heard here saying that a person's recidivist criminal activities are no indication of the future or that there is no evidence, please, the newspapers, the public record is full of evidence that predicts that there will be a large proportion of recidivist activity on criminal issues. I myself have not only been a landlord in these buildings that I've managed, but I've lived in them as well. And I can tell you from my personal experience, we have had a number of criminal elements in them. I had one super who was murdered by a tenant. I had myself, had somebody plotting to kill me. He was basically would set up people to be robbed and killed to steal their money. I got rid of him. I will not tell you how, but I will tell you that 6 weeks after I got rid of him, which by the way was pursuant to him murdering another one of my tenants, the rent collector
Time expired.
in the next building he moved to was found beaten, strangled, and murdered for the rent money that she was collecting. If this is the kind of people we are going to be forced to keep, we can't run our businesses. Every homeless person, every person deserves a place to live. But you can't depend on private industry to do this. This has to be a public effort. And this housing has to be built and run by the city and the state. It will mean an increase in taxes I'm willing to pay, but this doesn't work. It has to be defeated. This bill cannot pass. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn it to Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I think the thing I've been puzzling all day and for quite a long time is this notion of removing discriminatory practices and removing practices that harm or exclude does not infringe on the rights of others who have the privilege of exercising full rights. And this bill certainly doesn't remove the right and privileges of ownership, nor does it remove the rights and privileges of being able to assess and decide to whom you would like to rent units to. And so I guess I would implore my colleagues to think very critically around this notion that removing discriminatory practices actually removes rights of people who have the privilege of deciding things to do. And so I would encourage my colleagues to continue to support not only this legislation, but continue to raise the bar and oppose all discriminatory practices and invest in those systems and housing that we need, because it is true, as the gentleman before me noted, we need significant investments in housing so that all New Yorkers are housed no matter their income. And so I applaud my colleagues for moving this in the right direction. I look forward to voting and demystifying and debunking the consistent fear-mongering that seems to be happening around this issue. This is not removing the rights and privileges that owners are exerting. It is asking to remove a discriminatory practice that has been proved to be the case not only in New York City, but across the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now we will return back to Zoom.
Thank you. Next, we will move to Shan Kwok, followed by Ann Korchak, and then Eric Dillenberger.
Starting time.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Chen Kwok. I'm a New York City voter and a father of 2 public school children with an elderly step-parent living in an rental apartment. I'm also in Councilmember Powers' district. I'm here to urge the committee and council to vote no on Intro 632. People who want to give second chances to those with contact with the criminal justice system are being fooled by this bill. This bill will make it even harder to find a place to live for those who have truly learned from their mistakes and are ready to become productive, law-abiding members of society. When there are background checks, those seeking a place to live are treated as individuals. The records and efforts to overcome past mistakes can be brought to light and discussed in good faith with whom they seek to rent from. These individuals will not be affected by those with very serious criminal histories and haven't reformed their ways. There are also existing laws banning discrimination in housing. However, when you ban background checks, property owners may use other data sources to assess whether to rent to someone. For example, they may look at demographic data on groups with the highest rates of crime and make a decision not to rent to an entire group based on this. This will hurt individuals who have learned from their mistakes from getting a second chance. Worse, property owners will simply withdraw from the market or demand even higher prices to rent, and housing will become even more scarce and expensive. Law-abiding tenants will also be fearful of their neighbors and may even leave the city altogether and seek to live where public safety is better protected by elected officials. Property owners and law-abiding tenants leaving New York City will further drain New York City of tax revenue. This will worsen the city's debt spiral and accelerate the looming insolvency already caused by other pro-criminal laws that have led to record crime rates in city streets and subways. Give second chances through transparency and individual merit, and keep all New Yorkers safe in our homes. Vote no on 632. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Ann Korchak, followed by Eric Dillenberger, and then Sarah Newman.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm not a social worker, I'm not a vocational counselor, and I'm not trained in any way to help a formerly incarcerated person navigate his or her reentry. What I am is a small housing provider, and I am charged with providing, good services to the renters that live in my building, and that includes heat and hot water, and other, well-maintained facets of the building. And they also count on me to provide them with safety. I have doors that lock properly with high-tech keys. I have a video intercom so that they could see who's buzzing for access to the building. I get my sprinklers inspected, my boiler inspected, my fire extinguishers inspected. I do all of these things to keep them safe. So I also need the ability to do background checks to do the same. So the fact that this bill is even being discussed is a glaring spotlight on the fact that New York has failed miserably in providing supportive housing. We need all sorts of supporting housing, but in this case, we should have housing that would provide the wraparound services that this population needs. You cannot put this burden on the small housing providers. It's simply unfair. Our family has provided housing for 40 years in District 6. I heard earlier today that my councilwoman Brewer actually authored this bill. So I'm calling on her to maybe rewrite another bill, because this one, it will be a failure. I'm asking the other council people to consider, reconsider their support of this bill. And I just want to add one more thing. One of the groups I heard testify earlier today was someone from the Fortune Society. The Fortune Society has not a great track record. Last summer, a small property owner out in Queens, his name is Roderick Compass, his story was detailed in many newspapers, with a tenant that was placed by the Fortune Society in his home.
Time expired.
Where he destroyed the property, and it's just made an incredibly difficult condition, for
Thank
the owner of
you.
the property. So I ask you not to support 632. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the majority leader has questions.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thanks for the testimony. I just want to clarify, because she's not here, Councilor Gail Brewer had authored the legislation around employment, the ban the box legislation, I believe, which she was referring to. Just wanted to correct that, because I know you had made a comment on that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. But yeah, because the way I heard it, it was she authored this bill. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Eric Dillenberger, followed by Sarah Newman, and then Jacob Malofsky.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Eric Dillenberger. I'm a small property owner in New York, and I oppose this bill because it eliminates the ability to differentiate between degrees or age of offense, making no distinction between a person convicted of a fist fight and a monster who's carved their initials on somebody else with a knife. And I have met that monster. Some individuals are so dangerous that they merit additional scrutiny. We had a tenant with a high income who stopped paying their rent and storing their $20,000 Harley filled with gasoline inside their apartment and parking his $100,000 Hummer outside. He was served with a notice to cure, and upon service turned to my senior dad, who lived in the apartment next door, and said, "You do know I went to jail for killing somebody, right?" That is an implicit threat meant to intimidate. He had forged his W-2s, and he was on parole after killing someone with an illegal gun in Brooklyn. Now we do background checks. This is a 10-unit building, not exempt under this bill, where my sibling also lived upstairs, and it took over 8 months to evict this person. Now it might take 2 years. The threat that this person used does not rise to the standard of a crime that NYPD would interdict, which everyone recognizes this threat for what it is. It's wonderful that some people manage to get their lives right, but not all tigers can or do change their stripes. And we have a right to protect our homes, our families, and other tenants by fairly screening. Criminal histories can be inaccurate, but that inaccuracy goes 2 ways. Many times there's no record of crimes that were committed. The monster who carved his initials on someone went to prison for 20 years for manslaughter, but no one knows about the other stuff because the victims I knew, they were too terrified to report it. Just because some data isn't accurate doesn't mean we disregard all data. There is a solution. Several other states, notably New Jersey, have anti-discrimination laws which fairly balance legitimate right to protect the public by evaluating severity
Time expired.
and age of convictions. We urge you to adopt their common sense approach. Thank you.
I just want to say, and I've tried not to invoke my opinion here, but we're nearing the end, I hope, that it is really discouraging to hear some of the inflammatory language used by people that oppose the bill. And I really wish that people chose other words. In addition, one of the talking points, and I don't know who decided to make this a talking point, and I've heard it recycled quite a few times here, that somehow this bill will add to the marginalization and discrimination that Black and brown people feel while accessing housing, because people will automatically assume that every single or most Black and brown people that are looking for an apartment somehow have a criminal record, and because they can't check that false notion that they may have by a criminal background check, this will lead to further discrimination. This is, as Jay Suri so eloquently said, there's so many pretexts that exist and that have existed for so long, and so it is disingenuous to essentially use us against us by claiming that this is somehow going to increase discrimination. So I just wanted to put that on the record, because it's been quite nauseating to sit here for the last couple of hours and listen to inflammatory language and to listen to notions and claims that are baseless, in my opinion. So I just want to state that has nothing necessarily to do with what you said, sir, but you said monster, and that really triggered me. And so I just want to put some of my thoughts and opinions on the record. Thank you for your testimony. And again, I just want to thank everyone so much for your patience. This has been a long hearing, and we do want to hear everyone's thoughts, whether you are for or against the bill. So I just want to thank everybody again for your patience and for testifying today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Rose. I wanted to end my day here with you to say something quite similar, which is the key message that I took away today from opponents of this bill is that they, if not allowed to use a background check, they will use racism as a key tool to discriminate against New Yorkers. I have to ask the people that are standing out on the steps of City Hall, going into the press, how they feel about that, because that is the key takeaway from my sitting here for hours today, is that they will discriminate. They will continue to discriminate because there is an incentive or an imperative here for them to want to discriminate. And the message, if the message is, we will instead use a broader brush to tell anybody who doesn't look like me that they can't live in housing, then we should think about deeply who are making those arguments and why we are listening to them. And for anybody who's making and repeating their arguments, I should think they should start listening closer to those arguments that are being made. I also want to say that today was a big day around housing. The mayor made a very big announcement around housing, and we here are talking about housing, and in the room next door, they're talking about the HPD budget and the DOB budget and things like that, and it's clear housing is on everybody's mind. We got to build it. We have to make it affordable. But if you don't let New Yorkers access it, we are wasting opportunities time and time again. And I call here on the Adams administration to take a deeper look into the housing discrimination policies that are pervasive throughout this city to create a much fairer system. At this point, I will stop talking because there's nobody here except for those who have staunchly sat here to listen. But I want to remind New Yorkers the discrimination and the racism in this city is real. We have to use our tools to dismantle it. And my time is up. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, for being here today.
Thank you. Next, we will have Sarah Newman, followed by Jacob Malawski, and then Maria Danzillo. Sarah, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams, Majority Leader Powers, and the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah Newman, and I am the Director of Organizing for the Open Hearts Initiative, which is an organization made up of hundreds of New Yorkers throughout the city who welcome and support homeless neighbors. As folks have mentioned, there are over 60,000 people in shelters right now, and one of the biggest issues that we hear about every day from our neighbors in the shelter system is how difficult it is to exit shelter and access housing, even if you have a voucher to help pay the rent, even if you have a job, even if you have a good credit score. On average, people stay in shelters for nearly 500 days, and housing discrimination is one reason why. Our neighbors with conviction records have an especially difficult time finding housing. People with conviction records are family members, friends, and neighbors. 750,000 New Yorkers have a conviction record. That is more than 1 in 10 adults in New York City. When people access permanent housing, they don't just disappear. They are still here, just with less stability in their lives. And I also want to note that several folks opposing this bill have brought up supportive and transitional housing as an alternative. Many of those folks have opposed those things when they've come up in their own neighborhoods. The bottom line is that housing for everyone makes everyone safer. The Fair Chance for Housing Act wouldn't just be life-changing for the 750,000 New Yorkers with conviction records, it would also strengthen every neighborhood in New York City. Council members, I hope you've seen today that so many of your constituents support this bill and know that even more are standing behind it who couldn't be here today or couldn't stay for the full length of time. We urge you to pass Intro 632 immediately and without watering it down. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Councilmember.
Sarah Newman, nice to see you. Thank you for testifying here today, and thank you for waiting a long time. Your organization, if I recall, formed out of a battle around homelessness and shelter siting in the city. Is that correct? Yes, I see you nodding, so I take that as yes. And time again, is it fair to say that when we ask communities to support supportive housing and shelters, we find resistance to that?
Absolutely. And you often hear many of the same arguments deployed. There's a supportive housing project that will be specifically serving folks who have complex medical needs, who are formerly incarcerated and experiencing homelessness, that is being considered in the Bronx right now. And we are hearing the same arguments about fears around having criminals in the neighborhood, the same kind of vitriolic, offensive language about monsters, animals. It's very inconsistent for folks today to be arguing that that's
You
what they
could
want
almost
instead.
swap out the headline and keep the language in the argument, and it would sound exactly the same when it's shelter, supportive housing, or in this case. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's totally accurate, because I think the real concern that folks have it's not a good faith concern about, is this the right policy? Is this the right particular type of housing? It's not wanting to see people who look different, who make them uncomfortable, who, they're afraid of.
Yeah. Thanks,
But that
Sarah.
doesn't actually make anyone safer.
Thanks for testifying.
Thank you. Next, we have Jacob Malafsky, followed by Maria Danzillo, and then Rakamim Cooper. Jacob, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacob Malofsky. I'm a supervising attorney at Queens Legal Services. I want to thank you, everyone, for allowing me to testify today about 632. I'll go on briefly into Lisney's history, but I'll put it in my written submission. LSNYC is the largest civil legal provider in the country, with over 700 staff across 5 boroughs, working to protect the rights of more than 110,000 low-income New Yorkers every year. Intro 632 is an important step to ending perpetual sentences and allowing those with conviction histories to live with dignity and continue on the path to success. Providing stable and affordable housing greatly reduces the risk of recidivism and allows people to reintegrate to society. Stable housing is a basic need and a foundation that is critical to complete school and hold the job. As a tenants attorney for almost a decade, I have witnessed the culture of housing court perpetuate that individuals with a criminal conviction are bad, or monsters, as some people call it, and do not deserve housing. This belief held by many landlords is generally not qualified in fact or data and driven solely by stigmas and stereotypes. This is dangerous to both the individuals who are reentering and our community as a whole. Many of my clients are great resources to their communities, but are scared of pursuing education or certain employment because of the chilling effect that occurs after being denied an apartment. Being released from incarceration can be a mirage of freedom because of all the obstacles one must overcome. My clients have worked hard to rebuild, to find employment, and or go back to school. It is not uncommon for landlords to overlook these accomplishments and only focus on a mistake made in the past, which may be more than a decade. While many of my clients are protected from discrimination in employment and education, they do not have the same protections in housing. A landlord with no background in reentry can arbitrarily decide when someone is rehabilitated and entitled to housing. When a prospective tenant is denied an apartment on this basis, the landlord generally does not give a reason for the denial. The prospective tenant has no opportunity to provide additional documentation or any explanation. This form of discrimination is currently protected by law. Furthermore, that doesn't hurt just tenants with convictions, but denies
Time has expired.
Sorry, one sentence then. On a personal level, I also have a conviction history, and after I was released, I doubt that I would be able to finish college, go to law school, pass the bar without stable housing, or I would be here today testifying as a tenants' rights attorney. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'll provide my written submission later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Danzillo, followed by Rakamim Cooper, and then Bernadette Ferrara. Maria, you can go ahead when the sergeants call time.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And my name is Maria Danzillo. I'm Executive Director of One City Rising, which is a community advocacy group whose mission is to bring together communities from across the 5 boroughs to restore New York's economy, enhance public safety, and improve education outcomes for every child. I'm also an advisor to the group New Yorkers for Competitive Elections. I'm a mother of 3 children, a lifelong New Yorker, and I own a small rental property, which I rent out significantly under market. I appreciate all the courageous testimony this morning and the well-intentioned purposes of the bill. And second chances are hugely important to all people, and I don't dispute that, but I don't support this bill in the current form. After hours of testimony, I've heard no data that shows that decarcerated individuals who are working and able to pay their rent and able to be responsible tenants are being denied housing in a scope that would justify diminishing private property rights in New York City. and putting the safety of tenants throughout the 5 boroughs in a difficult situation. Current law does not allow a landlord to use criminal history as the sole justification for denying rent, and federal law makes it clear that it is illegal to deny tenancy to someone based on their criminal record unless they are also dangerous. So what this bill really is a law that reduces private property rights. And we need to encourage private property ownership in New York. I'm an intellectual property lawyer for decades, and any reduction in property rights is going to have a chilling effect on investing in property. That means keeping property in good condition, renting all vacant units, and restoring property to add to the housing stock, which we so desperately need. This is not a law that will affect government-owned property, but this is a law that targets people who invested their life savings in real property and reduces their rights. If this was a law that was looking to help people coming out of prison, that would be a different conversation, but we're really talking about a law that's affecting property rights. Thank you. At a time when New York State has lost more tax revenue than any other state in the country, we really need to do more to invest in private property. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I would like to make one more comment, and I do want to note that a number of people were giving extra time, and I do think it's important to make this a point that statements have been made that the law contains protections so that landlords will not be liable as a result of not doing criminal background checks. But the language in the bill, I'm a 40-year lawyer, practicing law for 40 years. The language in the bill is not indemnification and is not adequate to provide protection to property owners if they end up renting to someone who goes on to hurt another tenant or property. So I do want to say that the bill needs a lot of work in order to be a good bill that protects everyone.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rockamim Cooper, followed by Bernadette Ferrara, and then Michael Wexler.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Rafamim Cooperman. I'm a 22-year-old resident of this city. I'm here to discuss the proposed statute before the committee. As a 22-year-old interested in politics, I have noticed one thing about this city currently. The city wants to protect and defend criminals rather than law-abiding citizens like myself, whether it be with ignoring the Supreme Court's landmark ruling on the right to keep and bear arms, or in this case, taking away a landlord's ability to protect their tenants by allowing them to run criminal background checks on prospective tenants. I feel for all the people who can't get housing due to the fact that they have a record, but it should not be up to the city to tell the landlords that they cannot run criminal background checks on any prospective tenants. The city council also seems to think that if a prospective tenant has any criminal background, a landlord will not rent to that person. But most landlords will rent to a tenant who committed a non-violent crime years ago. The purpose of the criminal background check for landlords is to prevent people who have committed violent crimes from becoming tenants in their buildings. The people of the city are fed up with the crime that pervades the city and the politicians who ignore these crimes and say the city is as safe as ever. Why have you ignored the 50,000 negative comments when this same statute was brought up before the city council a year ago? The public has spoken up against this proposal. You were supposed to represent your constituents. By considering this bill today, it is clear that the city has not learned anything by the significant rise in violent crime over the past 2 years. This has occurred because of the wholesale changes in New York State's criminal law, such as cashless bail. Please vote against this bill, and please do not diminish people's concerns. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I guess because I've been here for many hours, my patience is wearing thin, because I don't think that we have diminished anybody's concerns about public safety. But I digress, and thank you so much for your testimony, and you can go to the next person.
Thank you. Next, we have Bernadette Ferrara, followed by Michael Wexler, and then Raymond Bergen.
Starting time.
You have to accept the unmute request, Bernadette.
It's not allowing me.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bernadette Ferrara, born, raised, educated, and still living in Van Nest, an extremely diverse community in the East Bronx. We have 2-family, 3-family, multiple families, and apartment buildings. I serve on Community Board 11, representing Van Nest since 2008, and I'm a founding member and current president of the Van Nest Neighborhood Alliance, formed in 2010. Today I speak as a lifelong Bronx resident. Like defunding the police and declining to prosecute low-level crime, this move will make apartment buildings and entire communities less safe. No matter how our governor tries to downplay crime, our public safety is at risk walking down the streets or riding mass transit. We are all vulnerable. I appeal to this committee to please find a middle ground. Here's what I think would protect the rights of those who might be wrongfully accused of a crime or exonerated, as well as promote community safety. All tenants should undergo the same type of screening required before landlords can rent to Section 8 tenants. Drug use, certain types of criminal convictions like producing methamphetamines, sexual assault, and credit eviction checks. However, tenacity should not be denied in cases where a sentence is suspended, discharged, legally nullified or vacated, expunged or sealed, as in the case of juvenile delinquency. This screening required should apply to both owner-occupied and absentee owners. Intro 632 cannot pass as it is right now and make our communities succumb to even more public safety issues. It defies common sense. A priority needs to be addressed right here to what the barriers are, and the focus is on that, and not tying the hands
Time has
of
expired.
landlords with regards to not allowing background checks. I implore the committee to look at all of this. Thank you for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Wexler, followed by Raymond Bergen and Jeffrey Mazzell.
Starting time.
Thank you kindly for the opportunity. I'm Michael Wexler. I am a president of the board of the Lafayette in Queens. I will send up follow-up comments. My time here today was spent learning about exactly what the issues were today, understanding why something such as a credit report would be able to be used in order to make decisions about tenants, and something which I think many of my residents would be concerned about, which is criminal history. Would not. I think many of my issues were covered by Council members Holden and Vernikov, who I appreciate being at many of the issues which present themselves in our community, and I'll follow up later and leave the time to others who have prepared statements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Raymond Bergen, followed by Jeffrey Mazzell, and then Robert Lee.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ray Bergen. I live in a co-op in Queens in a development called La Havre, where we have 32 buildings and over 1,000 residents. And I can tell you, without any criminal referral or anything like that, we have enough problems dealing with tenants where we have troubles, and there's been occasions where the police have been called. But the thrust of my comment is really on the fact that I think this whole legislation is really a way to defer what the problem is. The problem is that there is no decent available housing for people who are released from jail or who have issues in getting a good place to live. The city should be taking the responsibility of building and providing apartments to people where the rent would be affordable, and they could build a track record of some kind to show that they are in fact good tenants, good people, and they should be allowed the opportunity to live anywhere they want. However, keep in mind that in co-ops in particular, we have a board of directors. The board of directors looks at the tenant's information, and they have to make an informed decision as to whether they should allow somebody to live in their cooperative. And by not having some type of a reference for background check, it basically opens up the board to say, we'll allow you in. We don't know everything about you, but you're welcome here. And then what happens after that person moves in, if there is some type of incident? Is the board responsible? Will the board be sued? Is there an incentive for someone to even be on a board of directors if they can't make informed decisions about who's going to live in their property? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeffrey Mazzell, followed by Robert Lee.
Starting time.
I don't believe we have Jeffrey. We'll go with Robert Lee.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, all, and thank you for allowing me to testify here today. I'm a small housing provider of 2 to 4 families in Brooklyn. I'm a second-generation owner. Many of my tenants have been with me for 2 decades. I'm very involved in all aspects of management. Recently, I had a problem at a building in Williamsburg with constant drug dealing outside the store entrance, outside the building entrance. These guys would not move. It was one of your own, Councilmember Ressler, that attended to this before I could blink. I'm very, and it's all taken care of. I'm very concerned for the safety of my tenants. These are people that I've known for a very long time. I feel obligated for their safety. I have several tenants that have given birth to their children in my building, and I've watched these children grow up. I understand the dilemma here, but how do I explain to one of these tenants if an incident arises? I mean, what do I say? I have accepted many tenants, present and past, that have had criminal backgrounds, but they weren't violent. Please, I ask you to please make safety a #1 priority and don't let this bill pass. Thank you again so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next, I don't think we have anyone else here. If you have not been called via Zoom or in person, please make sure to fill out a witness slip or use the raise hand function. Okay, Sonia, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. Good afternoon, committee members. I am president of the River Bay Board of Corporation of Directors. We're the largest housing cooperative in the world, centered in Corp City, Bronx, New York. As a residential cooperative, River Bay is owned by its tenant shareholders. As such, it should be exempt from the proposed loss coverage. As a Mitchell-Lama affordable housing cooperative, River Bay is regulated by the New York State Division of Housing and Community Renewal and subject to a regulatory agreement with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Those entities have detailed regulations governing the shareholder selection process by River Bay. Although subsections D and G purport to carve out entities subject to federal or state law, they do not do so absolutely, and it should. At a minimum, subsection H, which should be amended to expressly state that the proposed legislation does not apply to residential housing cooperatives established under the New York State Private Housing Finance. Further, as drafted, the legislation should impose additional and sometimes conflicting requirements on New York State regulated Mitchell-Lama cooperatives. For example, the proposed legislation creates a requirement that available housing units be held open for applicants to dispute their denial based on the proposed local law. Such a requirement would add undue complexity and delay to what is already a lengthy and heavily regulated process. River Bay currently has a multi-year waiting list with thousands of qualified applicants waiting to move in. The process is regulated by New York State, but as currently worded, the local law would apply if the state's current regulations do not contain identical requirements to the local law of the covered entity, does not send the notices required by the local law, adding further delay to
Time has expired.
a heavily regulated multi-year waiting list. As such, the River Bay Corporation opposes this Council Bill Intro 632 and respectfully requests that it not be enacted into law unless subsection H is amended to expressly state that the proposal should not apply to the sale of rental or affordable housing cooperatives established pursuant to the New York State Private Housing Finance Law. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional witnesses, Chair, I'll turn it over to you for closing remarks.
Whew. I think this is my longest hearing, and we did it. So I want to thank everybody so much for your patience. I just wanted to give a shout out to people that are still here. So I see the Fortune Society, Suzette from Brooklyn, and Community Voices Heard back there, to Minority Leader Borelli, who's still here, and Majority Leader Keith Powers, that is still here for this very important topic. I really appreciate everyone's viewpoints, even the ones that are a little triggering. I do hear you, and I look forward to working with the bill sponsor to address many of the concerns that were raised today that help to break barriers of housing, but also help people maintain their safety. So thank you all so much, and I look forward to getting this bill passed.